Hello everyone, how's it going? And a welcome to the Thursday stream of the week. We're back, second stream, yay. Yesterday, pretty good on the FGO side, I want to say. In fact, one of the best days ever for the free-to-play account. You know, progress, gains, you name it wise. So yeah, today we're gonna be continuing on again with the Mahou Tsukairo Yoru play slash read through, whatever you would have called this really. It's always the age-old debate when it comes to visual novels. Is it gameplay? Is it just reading? Is it a book? I don't really think it really matters, honestly. So I'm just here to have a nice time, hopefully. That's all that matters.
Can't believe it's been 1 year NYSTFG Dakota. I didn't expect to stay here this long and still have fun. Hopefully many more to come. Love y'all, NYSTFG love.
I was wondering what your previous message was about. I had a feeling it was going to be a resub message, but I guess you sent it before the button press or whatever. You know what? Kinda cute though. Thank you for the full year for VODs and a welcome back to the Go Gang as well. Thank you, my dude. Enjoy the new batch. Yeah, hopefully gonna stick around, because I'm certainly not going anywhere anytime soon. That's for sure. I like my job too much. Yeah, how you guys doing? It's probably gonna be a very quiet day today if I had to guess. It's like I knew it was gonna be like this. Like whenever I play like story heavy content, you know, it's rough. It's rough to stream because, you know, hardly anyone cares about story heavy stuff. It's just, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, hopefully we're still gonna have a nice relaxing time today anyway, because, you know, this is still a great story after all. But again, the thing is, it's not very good to stream, honestly. Exactly, Vawaz. You basically proved my point. We're now gonna have a very active chat today, I feel like. And also it doesn't help that Daryl, you know, basically my only active mod right now of the past month or 2 or 3, maybe even more than that, he also, I don't know, I guess he doesn't like visual novels. So I'm not even sure if we're gonna see him today. And even if he's here, I don't know, he's probably just gonna lurk, not say anything. I mean, again, it is what it is. It's just, you know, not much I can do about it. Hopefully it's good though, for you guys that are actually listening right now. Very cool.
Gow.
Oh, it's Mr. Bazabi.
What was that, Aoko, the legendary foreigner from the acclaimed gacha game Fate Grand Order?
Yeah, maybe. No, that's definitely not it, Break. He just, I don't know, he has like maybe a love and hate relationship, or maybe more hate relationship when it comes to visual novels. At least that's what I've gathered. Because Daryl is kind of, I love my guy, of course. I love him. He's a great guy, but I don't know. He's like, whatever his first experience when it comes to everything dictates everything. That's what it is. And in his mind, Japanese visual novels are these creepy horror stories that he just doesn't like. Even if the game might not be like that, it's just that, you know, because that was like his first impression with them, you know. It's just stuck with his head, so... I mean, there's not much I can do to convince him otherwise, you know, it's his business, I guess. But I think that's how he feels about the genre as a whole, at least the Japanese ones. Oh well. Anyway, what's up? Thanks for the 26 months and a welcome back to the Go Gang. Alright, let's see here. We were in the middle of a chapter this time, actually. Yeah, usually I've been doing these sessions where I, like, you know, stop between chapters, but last time these 2 chapters that I was working on were pretty long, so I didn't end up finishing the second one. But we'll definitely finish it today unless something weird happens. So I think we're on chapter 7 now, right? I think it's 7. I could be wrong, but I think it's 7 because Before the last stream, we finished 5, obviously, and I think on last session we completed 6, and then this is now 7, right? And I think I'm over halfway done with this chapter too, if I understood correctly. So, shouldn't take too much longer, but we'll see. We'll see how the story progresses, of course. Oh yeah, I guess might as well remind while I still remember. But yeah, vote for Subsat, by the way. No, it's not tomorrow yet, but, you know, whenever I do remember about it, I might as well give reminders to everyone else too. So again, you have time to vote until the end of tomorrow's stream. You asked if Dallas was being with Euphoria. I don't think he really has played any at all, guys, honestly. At least, not that I know of. I don't think he's really... He's a bit more pure, I want to say. Which, you know, great, good. There's enough degens like us, enough around, you know, as is. I think this is chapter 7 Moonsea, but, you know, I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, let us continue. So yeah, last time we basically, or Sojiro settled in with the Kuonji estate, right? After he was spared from the amusement park. Alice is still not happy about it, but Alko is trying her best to keep him alive for now. You know, keep her or Alice from killing him. And he's just living his life now for like the next 2-3 months until they manage to research this rune that's supposed to like erase his memories. So that way he gets to live, but also they get to keep their secrets, right? So that was basically the gist of the previous stuff, you know, settling into this new, you know, scenario, environment, whatever you want to call it. And right now it's like him doing his usual stuff still. Like right now he's on his part-time job, so they do let him leave the compounds of the mansion anyway. So they're not that I thought they were always honestly gonna keep him like locked up until, you know, this whole situation resolves. But yeah, he gets to move around as well. So I guess they're just trusting him not to talk too much anyway. He goes from an apartment to a bad sugar's, yeah. It's, I guess the house itself is an upgrade, but the living situation might not be, depending on how you look at it. Or maybe it is, you know. I guess that's up for everyone to decide for themselves. Anyway. Their uniforms had been made by someone with an obvious preference for garish colors. The orange apron was emblazoned with a cartoonish polar bear slashing a walk in two with its powerful claws. The design resembled warning signs about wild animals seen in the mountains and stood out in Misaki for its one-of-a-kind originality. This was the Chinese restaurant The Mad Bear. Aside from its name and logo, the restaurant was the type of cheap, hole-in-the-wall dive that could be found anywhere. Faced competition from the ever-increasing number of chain restaurants, though it had managed to last longer than other dining spots, having received rave reviews on a regular basis. Yeah, ignoring the fact that you can die at pretty much any moment, Scott. Surely that is not a negative, right? The Mad Bear prioritized personal touch, focusing on its local clients LA, and thus made a point to offer home delivery. It had earned the affectionate moniker QKS, the Quick Killer Stop. Making these deliveries was Sojiro's responsibility for the time being. Places in Misaki within cycling distance fell under his domain. Anything beyond that was handled by a more experienced staff member on the legendary 50cc King Salmon motorbike. But anyway... When delivery workers were not out on deliveries, they spent their shift buzzing tables and washing dishes. Quick killer, Archobuster. Wow, clever joke. The dinner rush was yet to come, and Soldier and his fellow delivery boys were shooting the breeze while washing dishes in the back. The two were elbow deep in a giant sink as they enthusiastically scrubbed. At least that was what they pretended to do while they gossiped.
三崎町の大帝都にもメシアンにもその手の注文があったらしいぜ。
Hey, hello Daryl, how you doing? We were kind of talking about you earlier, but maybe it's good that you weren't here, honestly. But hey, nice to see you though. Hopefully the movie was good.
そんなに肉が欲しいなら下市に行けばいいのにな。なんだって生肉だの大物の鮭丸ごとだのを出前させやがるのか。どうよ。
Who orders an entire salmon? I mean, I would if it wasn't that expensive. I love salmon. You wish the Daryl talk too? Well, I wouldn't really call it a talk or anything like that, but yeah, don't worry about it. Hey Benzo, how you doing?
他に比べてみると確かに珍しい話だと思う。ところで木の実、ワニってなんだ？
ワニはワニだろう。だっせ、実物見たことないのかよ。まあ俺もねえけどな。今度ガクガク動物ランドのアフリカ特集ビデオを貸してやるから見とけよ。
Was in Jax's best body? Yeah, clearly that's what I was saying. This was a familiar pattern of conversation between the two, especially now Kinobi was used to his lack of general knowledge. I assume it's missing a that. Now that he was used to. Okay. Their banter was interrupted by the delivery phone. The manager snapped up the receiver and quickly jotted down the order and address. Flat haul is much cheaper than buying pieces. You have to prefer. Yeah, I know. But still, it's like not the cheapest of options. Once he hung up, everyone in the kitchen did their best to avoid making eye contact with him. Nobody wanted to go rushing out for a delivery on such a cold day.
静けくん、ちょっと遠いけど配達お願い。
Also, yeah, sorry if I sound like a bit down or whatever, because I had a pretty rough night. I didn't really have a migraine or anything, but man, it's sleeping was not easy. I woke up like 3 or 4 times to different nightmares. Like as soon as I closed my eyes, another different nightmare started, and like later I woke up again because of it. So yeah, sleep quality was not the best, sadly, and they were kind of sad nightmares too, from what I remember. So they kind of got me on a down mood from the morning. Yeah. They weren't even like the scariest. Like, yeah, maybe if anything, I guess I want to call them nightmares, but they were like just really sad dreams. But they still woke me up anyway. Unfortunate. It's too hot to sleep for you, yeah. It's not too bad for me, at least. In terms of the temperature, like that's fine. I have my Dyson as well if needed to, you know, make it even more comfortable, but again, it's this the dreams are the problem for me. Your dog was vomiting all night. Hey, welcome to the bad sleeping club then. The manager singled Soldier out for the task, seemingly unfazed by his staff's laziness.
はい、これ届けるもののリスト。異例だからあまり他のバイトには他言しないようにね。
Yeah, whenever I talk about nightmares, people always make the joke. He's like, "Oh, was it gacha related or whatever?" And I don't blame you guys for the record. Like, yeah, that's fine. It's kind of funny, even if everyone always makes the same joke. But, dude, I wish it was gacha nightmares, because those would be like just funny, dude. Like, I wouldn't care. Like the nightmares I get are either really depressing or just, you know, scarring. Like actually traumatizing. Like I get the real nasty shit. Like please let me have gacha nightmares. I would trade in a heartbeat, dude. I would gladly be doing min rolls for like, you know, the whole night if it means I can actually sleep better. Yeah. The manager tore the sheet with the order and address written on it from his memo pad. Soldier took one look at it before a grimace quietly spread across his face.
マネージャー？
なんだい？
You're not free to play on JP anymore? Well, rip. Welcome to the Spenders Club. The manager stared right back at him as if he could tell what it was he wanted to say.
君の疑問はもっともだ。しかしまあ、長いことこの商売をやっていると、時にはこんなバカな話が転がってくることもある。 じゃあ冷蔵庫から品物持ってくるから。
Sojiro stared in admiration as the manager, dressed in black, marched out of the kitchen in his all-business way. Nowhere was free from the odd occurrence now and then. They can be revealing what's going on with you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I could have been better lately, mentally. So maybe that's why. I've had some down days for sure. In the recent weeks, months even. So yeah, maybe that's why I'm getting some nightmares again. Not sure what I can do to, improve on that though, but yeah. Hey Moon Gnome, how you doing? Look at the night scenery. Back home. The new home. Wow, he's greeted immediately. By the teeth. It was after 10 at night. He had taken a small detour on his way home from work and now faced an outraged Aoko as expected. Seeing her so visibly irritated made him feel a rush of relief. He did not know why she was angry, but he could tell it was a different type of anger than what he saw earlier that morning.
遅いってまだ10時になったばかりだろう。どうしたんだ青崎。
He sat down the cardboard box he had been carrying in his arms and glanced toward the fireplace. The sleeping girl was there no more.
違うわ。もう10時になったの間違いでしょ。あんたってほんと自分がどんな状態にあるか分かってないのね。いいから今に来て。
She walked briskly to the other room without pausing, leaving him standing in confusion, head tilted to one side. He proceeded to pick his box back up and follow after her eagerly. He removed his coat and hung it on a hanger as he entered the living room. Apparently today was one of those days where Alice kept herself locked away in her room. On the table were the familiar pills.
説明しなかった私も悪いけど、あなたも帰ってくる時間は守ってよね。こっちはそのつもりで作ってるの。
Can't stay out for too long. Aoko handed him the pills and a glass of water with an expectant look on her face.
薬なら出かける前に飲んだけど、体の調子だって悪くないし、そんなに慌てることか？
That sounds oddly specific, Fallen.
は？なんだって私たちがあんたの健康を気にかけなくちゃいけないのよ。勘違いしてるようだけど、あんたが帰ってくるたびに飲んでるのって平たく言えば毒よ。
Well, at least she's honest about it. Hey Ryan, how you doing?
即効性じゃないから効き目は半日すると出てくるんだけど、その前に新しい毒薬を飲んでおかないと古い毒が体に回って。
I guess that's one way to keep him on the clock.
アリスのやつ、これぐらいしないと信用できないって言い張ったのよ。ほら、分かったらさっさと飲む。ま、私もこれ面倒だと思うし、近いうちもっと形のある方法を考えてみるから、それまでこの方法で我慢して。
言ってることは支離滅裂だが、とにかく今まで良くないものを飲んでたんだな。
He took the pills from her and gulped it down. He's like, oh, these pills are bad for me? Let me have them, dude. What happens when they wipe his memory? Well, then he just goes back to his normal life. That's the plan, I'm pretty sure. That's what they kind of agreed on. Like, they would probably go back to being, like, strangers or whatever, though. But, yeah. I mean, they probably have an antidote for the actual poison. They're just like, I think this is how it works. Like, these pills are poison. He takes one. Like, if this was a video game, it would refresh a dot on him that, let's say, lasts for, like, 12 hours. Now, if this 12 hours goes to 0, he dies. But if he takes another one of these pills, it refreshes back to 12 hours. So it's like their way of keeping him, in check or whatever, coming back home so they can keep an eye on him so he doesn't wander off too far. So if he does, then, you know, the poison would kill him or something. That's why I assume they don't let him keep the pills with him either, that he has to take him home, right? So I think that's how it works. And then once the memory refresh is done, either before that or after that, they'll probably give him the actual antidote that just washes away this whole effect. I think that's how it goes, but I could be absolutely wrong. But that's the vibe I'm getting from this. Hey Kurarin, how you doing? The fact that it was poison gave him no pause at all. And as for his roommate's tyrannical behavior, he showed no signs of standing up to it.
まったく毒を持って毒を制するなんてまた古風な真似するな青崎もアリスも
His face relaxed into a smile upon finding the funny side of the situation. Alko was utterly dumbfounded as to how he could be happy at a time like this.
今日帰りが遅れたのはアパートまで荷物を取りに行っていたからなんだそういうことなら電話の一つでもすればよかった
So someone watched Seed Freedom on their phone? On their phone? God damn it, dude. Okay. Oh, that's cool, Kurarin. Enjoy, man.
荷物ってまさかそれじゃないでしょうね。
He nodded emphatically as she pointed incredulously at the cardboard box in his hands.
住んでいないのに家賃を払うのはバカらしいから今日で引き上げてきた一応いつでも戻れるように話はつけてあるから3ヶ月ぐらいは大丈夫だよ
家賃？あ、そっか、そうよね。私ってばなんでそんなことを忘れてたんだろう。アリスが聞いたら喜ぶわ、そりゃ。
A smile blossomed across her face, as they say. It was the open, bold-faced look of a child who just came up with a mischievous plan. His face shook with fear at the thought of what that smile might bring his way.
けどずいぶん少ないのね、荷物。段ボール1箱分しかないの？
My man has just one box of, possessions.
そうかな十分多いだろうそれよりアリスは自室か
ちょっと前に戻ったわ。珍しく食後もここに残ってたんだけど、待ちきれなかったみたいね。
Yeah, totally not a parallel, Kurarin. She gave Soldier a meaningful look while continuing to smile that sinister smile.
待ちきれなかったって何を
Funnily enough, I'm literally wearing my Char shirt today, as you can see. It's the shirt with Char's red Zaku on it. Very cool. Pretty cool timing, coincidence and all that.
そりゃあ、アリスが眠ってるのをいいことに、在庫のないフォションとブルーキャリコを勝手に使ってくれたどこかの誰かさんにお仕置きするためなんじゃない？
フォッションってあのお茶の葉
そう、私もびっくりしたけどね。アリスがどっかで寝入るのはよくあることだけど、紅茶を用意して眠るなんてのは初めてだったから。
Hey, nutcase.
どんな心境の変化か知りたくて起こしたら、アリスの方が驚いてたわ。
He clapped his hands together as if remembering something important. He had forgotten to clean up the tea before leaving. The regret written from forehead to chin delighted Alko immensely.
そうかそれじゃ
Uh-oh, he's about to get his ass slapped later.
当然、コマドリがとばっちりでドリブルされてたしね。
ああ俺でも怒る片付けをきちんとしないなんてだらしないにも程がある
He harshly scolded himself for his failure.
論点違う。あのね、寝顔を間近で見られたから怒ってるのよ。
Oh, she knew. Uh-oh.
えそうかなアリスはそういうのは気にしないと思うんだけど
あんたはそうかもしれないけど、私たちは気にするの。
Caught. Her glare was enough to make a glass shatter. There was an indescribable intensity in the way she said that.
それは青崎たち限定の話か
世間一般での常識よ。自分が気にしないからって他人もそうだと思ってるといつかやけどするからね。
でもそれだったらロビーで寝ているアリスにだって問題ないか？見かけたら放っておけないだろう、あんなの。
その心意気は立派だけど、そこはそれ。この館の持ち主は彼女だから。
Hello, Leod.
この洋館内であなたが出会ったあらゆる不義不始末、失敗失態の責任は宗十郎に押し付けられるの。この意味わかる？
Her question sent him into a trance of deep thought until finally he uttered,
つまりここはアリスの自治領なんだな。
はい、よくできました。正確には私とアリスのだけどね。領主は何をやっても許されるってことよ。
She smiled as she spoke and plopped herself down on the sofa. Sojiro remained standing behind the sofa opposite her as he ran over their conversation again and again in his head. The notion of this being their kingdom made him realize he actually had no idea where the girls had come from or their families' background.
青崎、君ご両親はどうしてるんだ？
He inadvertently blurted out, this being the question foremost on his mind.
生きてるわよ。三崎町から下りに4駅行った東川ってところの地主。死は祖父だけど、
I'm not sure if we knew this or much about her family in the first place. So there you go. Interesting. If this is true, that is. Parents alive somewhere else. Living with her grandfather.
そう聞くとなんだか普通の家庭だな。
He imagined something more outrageous for a family of magicians.
両親はね、父さんにはあんまり
やにゃめにゃにゃしゅうにゃにゃどのにゃらびでにゃくにゃくいにゃにゃくにゃにゃはんにゃにゃだいにゃんにゃくにゃらべでにゃらにゃだめ。
祖父は言ってるけど、どうだか。
Did you make it read a tongue twister? Is that what it is? Okay, sure. So they skipped a generation of Maguses, and now she inherited like double the worth of generation. Wow.
宗十郎の期待してるような一族はどっちかっていうとアリスの方よ。私と違って英国出身だからね、彼女。
England, oi mate. Alka offered nothing more, as if to suggest that was as far as she was willing to reveal for now. Oh, that was from Monogatari Hanekawa stuff. Alright. Makes sense. He had insisted on talking to Alice directly rather than hearing things secondhand, so chose not to go back on his word by pushing the topic further.
ま、詳しくは本人から聞きなさい。アリスの紅茶好きもそこから来てるんだし。そういえば、なんで今日に限ってリーフティーなんか入れたの？ティーバッグを使った方がまだマシだったでしょうに。
青崎がそっちの方がいいって言ったじゃないか。アリスは紅茶にうるさいって。
Alka was momentarily at a loss for words. He seemed so oblivious most of the time, but apparently he was attentive to some details, at least selectively.
ま、いいわ。それより明日の放課後だけど、また一人で帰ってくれない？年明けの行事があるんだけど、その場しのぎで行った餅つき大会が通っちゃってさ、明日も忙しいのよ。
Mochi making festival. Nice. He nodded in acceptance. In fact, he had already been planning to do so before she even asked.
それはいいけど、体は大丈夫か、青崎。昨日から寝てないだろう。
夕方に3時間ちょい仮眠を取ったから調子はいいわ。そういうあんたこそ体は持つんでしょうね。もう少ししたら昨日の続き始めるわよ。
She meant the all-night cramming session, of course. Yes, cramming. Needless to say, he was more than likely to struggle given that he, too, had not slept a wink. All he could do was to give a relieved smile. He thought back to the days just after he transferred here, when she watched his every move from the sidelines and showed a startling amount of concern for him.
いいよ。 どのみち苦労するのは青崎の方だし、異例中の異例はありがたく受け取っておくとしよう。
His cheery response grated on her just a little.
ほんと、くだらないことだけはしつこく覚えてるんだから。
She heaved her shoulders in exasperation and dropped her head as an excuse to look away from the beaming smile on his face. Is it sleepy time? Yeah, it is. Okay. Still going. The following day, the last day of finals had ended without a hitch. That final December hurdle was finally a thing of the past. For all but one student, that is. To Sojiro, the greatest challenge was yet to come. He bid farewell to his classmates, all jittery with excitement for the last day of the term, and headed into the Shiro Inuzuka woods. The road home was no different than yesterday, like he was reliving yet another day striding up that hill. Yet today there was a fierce determination in his steps. Today was his last chance, and he wanted to do nothing more than to talk to the girl. Oh yeah, he was gonna talk to Alice about this whole thing last time, but then she was sleeping, so no talk. So let's see if second time's the charm. He did not care if she was cruel to him or ignored him, nor whether Alka was being truthful when she said that she could trap him in a mirror land or something like that. All he really cared about was having the chance to speak with her face to face. But nothing is ever that simple. To tell the truth, what he found upon finally entering the mansion was not wholly unexpected.
よく寝る子だな、本当。
Is she sleeping again? Bruh. Oh my god. The deja vu he was experiencing made him dizzy. Faced with an exact reenactment of the previous day, he could not help but blurt out what he was thinking. Alice was sleeping by the fireplace just as she had done yesterday. The way her legs draped to one side resembled those of a princess in a children's book. She looked more comfortable than she had the day before. Miraculously, he had a rare flash of insight that enabled him to read the situation more clearly.
学校で飛び丸は一人何をしているんだろう。
That's what he's thinking right now? Okay. Upon glancing back at the entrance, he made his decision, took a deep breath, and rolled up his sleeves. If today was a reenactment of yesterday, then he supposed he would play along with that idea. He removed his shoes and headed for the kitchen. He was off to prepare another ill-fated pot of tea. Since she was angry about him using her previous fauchon, or however you pronounce that, this time he turned to Jackson's fruit and herb brew. Sadly, this was about as much as he could manage to amend his behavior. He had failed to realize that it was not the brand of tea that had landed him in hot water, but rather his incorrect brewing method. After filling the pot with tea, he carried it back to the foyer. His breath was visible in the cold air as he sat himself down by the fireplace. He took a sip of the fruity tea he prepared for himself and pulled his textbook from his bag. Exams were over now, but he had been instructed to take extra classes for the subjects from day one of school. Quite inevitable. The foyer was warmer than outside, but still far from comfortable. It was enough to make anyone yearn for some source of warmth. He dove into his electronics textbook in the winter-chilled hall. The class was not very popular, which is why it had been recommended to him in the first place. That fact that everyone who took it started on equal footing made it more appealing to him than other classes. You know, electronics, huh? I had some electronics classes too in university.
けど、青崎の言う通り。
He downed the rest of the tea, having no appreciation for its flavor, and refilled his cup. The tea was still warm, since the ceramic teapot had excellent heat retention.
文字で物事を覚えるのは苦手みたいだ。
He vaguely recalled their conversation as his eyes advanced across the page. The lack of lighting in the foyer was forcing him to rely on illumination from the skylight. The light cut into the room at a diagonal angle in such a way as to divide the foyer into light and dark areas, with the fireplace in shadow. The room resembled ancient ruins covered in ash, or perhaps the quiet, forgotten world of a faded fairy tale. Time slipped on by with the white walls of this room hidden away from the sun. The minutes passed slowly for some time, until the sound of a textbook slamming shut brought the room back to reality. Sojiro stretched his stiff back and eagerly got started on clearing up. He put his textbook back in his bag, placed his cup on the tray, leaving Alice sitting in front of her on the floor.
バイトの時間だ。
He said unceremoniously. He spoke as if to convince himself that he had no other choice as he prepared to leave the sleepy foyer behind. But before he could, a sound behind him stopped him in his tracks. Or is she awake? He turned around with his bag under his arm and tray in his hands. So as not to cause even a ripple in her teacup, he greeted her.
Yeah.
In a light, easygoing manner. She remained seated next to the fireplace like a black-eyed sleeping beauty. Her face was as still as a statue, almost no different than it had been in slumber. Looking at her now, he realized just how different she and Aoko really were. Aoko communicated her feelings openly, even if he never quite could tell where they came from. Her trademark expression of irritation would keep him guessing as to the reason she was angry, but to her credit, her emotional state was always clear. Alice, on the other hand, was completely unreadable. She might be angry, or then again sad. He could not tell either way.
何のつもり？
Her question gave him a sinking feeling in the pits of his stomach. He could not decide whether it was animosity or perplexity that he heard in her voice. If the former, she was likely to turn him into a replay of their interaction from the other night. An image of the shattered red bottle sprang to his mind. He knew his response would be extremely important, and after struggling for a few moments, he finally worked up the courage to say something. Just not the correct thing, unfortunately.
そうだな。一口じゃ説明できないから。座るよ。
He had no idea what the correct approach would be, so he simply did whatever came into his mind instead. She gave him no response. Her face said that she detested his presence, but he plowed ahead regardless. He took a seat and set down the tray once more. Their eyes met. Her inscrutable gaze was enough to turn most people away. But the target of her animosity appeared not to notice it at all.
それで何？
ああ。遅くなったけど、こうして話がしたかったんだ、アリスと。
Despite having suggested that it would take time to explain, he managed to sum things up succinctly? Is that how you pronounce it?
私と会うことではなく。
ん？そうだね。青崎とはもっと話したいところだけど、それよりは3人で話してみたい。
Alice found herself out of kilter, unable to read his true intentions. He continued on, failing to notice her bewilderment.
青崎は普段からアリスとは会話がないって言うんだ。それが俺のせいなら困るし、俺のせいじゃないならもっと困る。せっかく同じ場所にいるのに会話がないなんて、もったいないと思うんだ。
Each word he spoke was heavy with emotion. Alice remained utterly unable to discern this boy's intentions. All she could parse was that there was something he wanted from her. But what could that be? What she found even stranger was that he was not speaking to her from a place of fear.
あなたは私が怖くないの？
ああ。だってそう言えるほど、俺は君をよく知
Dude, I wish I could say this as well. Like, to me, fear mostly springs from, you know, appearance first and foremost. Like, even if I don't know dick about spiders, if I see like a huge fucking spider, I'm gonna absolutely just run away, you know? So I wish I could have this mentality as well, like, oh, I don't know, this spider might not be poisonous or dangerous in any way to humans. That's not what comes into my mind. My mind is like, oh, hell no, I'm leaving immediately. Like, no, even if it's harmless, I don't care, dude. I'm just leaving. So, yeah. Her gleaming eyes looked like they were made of polished quartz. But not Saint quartz. His response had not been what she expected. He spoke with pure honesty and unfettered truth. Such boldness, however, did not actually upset her. Their conversation ground to a halt. If you could even call it a conversation in the first place. Alice grew tense, as if displeased by this strangely comfortable moment of silence between them. He endured her cold stare, showing no sign of flinching.
私と話をしたいと言ったでしょ。
Or is she allowing this to happen? Wow. She's feeling generous today.
なら、好きにしてみたら。
Anything at all, huh? Wow. Have I seen a video of spider-tailed viper? Probably not. I mean, I'm bad with names, but I would definitely avoid shit like that. It was more of a challenge than an invitation. He had neither a topic on hand nor were they intimate enough to strike up a casual conversation. Nonetheless, her challenge hung in the air, waiting for a response. I would talk about feet. I don't think I've ever had a conversation about feet with anyone in real life. Like, definitely not with a girl, but not even with dudes, I'm pretty sure. I think I've only ever had like somewhat remote conversations like this, like mostly on my stream or like just typing to people online or something. I don't think I've ever talked to anyone face to face with anything to do with feet, not even non-degen stuffs, honestly. God damn it. It's a viper with spider-like features for a tail. What? That sounds absolutely like I'm leaving this planet kind of situation if I ever see that.
じゃあ、あの鳥の話を。ほら、そこにいる青い鳥。たまに見かけるんだけど、君の飼い鳥か？それとも、ほら、なんて言ったか。
Yeah, that's what I said, Ron. I said in real life I haven't done that. I said all the stuff I've talked about feed has been like on stream or, you know, with people online in general. I don't think I've ever talked to anyone with that face to face, you know? Like, physically face to face. Her eyes let slip for a moment a very natural response. It was annoyance, such as that which one might feel toward a troublemaker. He's asking about the burb, huh?
あれもプロイだけど、私とは何の関係もないダッチョウ。ずいぶん古くからいるだけで、
One of her ploys.
私もよく知らないわ。
If someone says feel free to talk about what topic you want to speak, wouldn't that be one? Why would it be one? I mean, just because I might have an infatuation for them doesn't... I mean, it doesn't automatically mean it's a topic I really want to talk about, you know? Again, especially if it would be a girl that might, you know, kill me as is. So why would I talk about some DJ stuff? It's like, hey, I like feet. Can I see your feet? I would love to inspect them. At that point, you know, you would definitely die. You would just die immediately. Like, she kind of is hostile towards you anyway. You say that, you die immediately. So, yeah, I don't think it's the best of ideas.
じゃあ勝手に住んでるのか、この家に。
勝手になんて私が許すはずがないでしょ。ロビンは本当に役に立たないけど、あんなのでも母から譲り受けたものだから、失敗続きでも特別に住まわせてあげてるの。
So the burb is from her mom. New lore.
そっか、安心した。
I really need to get like a stress ball or something, because I constantly want to keep fiddling something with my hands when I, read stuff like visual novels. Okay, don't get weird. I know that sounds bad. You know what I mean though. Like right now, you might be hearing this sound sometimes. You hear that sound? I'm not sure if the mic picks it up. Like this occasionally. I'm literally, it's I don't know, what's this called again? It's like, fuck, it's a chapstick basically for your lips. And when you open it and you close it, it makes this sound. Like listen. Just like a lid. So I keep fiddling with this because I don't know what to do with my hands. So I should get like a fidget spinner or something, or some kind of a stress ball to squeeze or whatever. Like I always wanna, like whatever's on my table, I just keep like touching it. Yeah, I have, sometimes it's a pen too actually. I don't think I have any pens on my table right now, but at one point it was a pen too. So yeah. She turned away in silence to avoid looking at his hapless grin. Thus began his very lengthy monologue. Wow, meta moment. You thought it was an inhaler with eucalyptus oil that burns your nostrils? Well, that's very oddly specific. It's just a normal moisturizing chapstick for your lips, basically. Like, this is what it looks like. You take it out and then you roll it and wow. Okay. And then you close it. It started with his part-time job, then moved on to the school. Next came the amusement park and random gossip around town, and last the subject of Red. He spent all of 20 minutes on mindless small talk. Hey, it's like my stream. I can relate to this. Like literally what I was just doing while reading this. I was talking about how I, mess around with my chapstick. Then he ran out of things to say and finally stopped. Also relatable.
ごめん。アルバイトがあるから。もう行くよ。
And that was that. After finally getting his long-awaited chance to talk to her, he realized he had no exit plan in place. So he returned the tray to the kitchen, placing his bag in the foyer and headed for the door. She had never seen the boy so candid, which was why, overcome with surprise, she found herself calling out to him.
待って。
Whoa. She had no reason to do so, and yet she called out anyway.
何？
今日はポットがあったけど。
Oh, is she gonna comment on the tea brewing? Let's see. Does she approve?
うん。昨日の反省点だったから。結局使ったのは自分だけだけど。
そう。そのポットはコーヒーとの兼用だ
Damn, he fucked up again.
ハーブティーには合わないわ。
Don't use a coffee pot. His eyes grew wide with shock. Now he remembered that there had been all sorts of cups and teapots in the cupboard, each one specially designed for a different type of tea.
なかなかに奥深い。あれかな。慣れないことはするもんじゃないってことか。
She let out a vexed sigh.
どうして私を起こさなかったの？
Either she had not heard what he said, or she had been waiting this whole time for a chance to ask him that. In any case, her question abruptly interrupted his stream of thought. He fell silent with introspection. The thought of waking her had not so much as crossed his mind, either that day or the previous one.
言って。起こす気も起きることも期待していなかったのはなぜ？
Her eyes were filled with animosity. Lies were useless against such an all-piercing gaze. The setting sun transformed the foyer into a battle of life and death. Lies or deceptive answers would not be permitted. Amidst the palpable tension that filled the room, where any move, wrong or otherwise, was likely to get him killed, he felt pain rather than fear. Her voice was icy cold, preemptively rejecting any response he was to give. The boy vaguely imagined a newborn chick that had fallen from the nest, struggling to survive on its own. It gasped, hanging onto a thread of hope, yet detesting where that thread hung.
言わなきゃいけないか。
She nodded sharply.
じゃあ言うけど、別に深い考えがあったわけじゃない。単に寝た子を起こすの
Is
は
that
良
it?
くないだ
Just
ろう。
rude to wake up someone who's sleeping?
冗談は聞いてないわ。
He's like, nah, I'm not buying that.
冗談じゃないよ。眠っているのならそのままでいいと思ったんだ。
He's like, you know what? I wanted to talk, but it's not that important for me to wake you up.
それはまた次の機会にするべきだって。
随分と悠長なのね。青子があなたを守るのは今日までだって聞いているけど。私に取り入る機会はこれが最後なのに。
She knows that too. They both know.
それともあれだけ忠告されておいてまだ何も分かっていないの？
He had not. He swore to her, agreed to her terms, and gone as far as to sit face to face with her to get to know her. Surely, he thought, this was enough to escape death. As she believed as a mage, that his naive goodwill and simple-mindedness were all the reasons she needed to execute him. I think this is towards the end of chapter 7, Jun. Trivial misunderstandings would only make things worse at this point.
そりゃ何もわからないよ。魔術とか魔法とか、たった数日でわかるもんか。はっきりしているのは、アリスも青崎も言ったことはきっちり守るってことだけだ。
He's just taking the reasonable angle. He's like, yeah, well, I did all I could, so, you know, whatever you do is now up to you. He's like, well, I can't do more than this.
ならどうして？
Didn't you want to kill him in the previous chapter? Well, yeah, but Aoko managed to do so, but, you know, she put points into the charisma stat and managed to convince Alice to them have this weird living arrangement now. So now, instead of trying to kill him, they're trying to wipe his memory, but it's going to take a while before they research that rune for that. So he's alive for now, but Alice still kind of wants to kill him anyway, and he's been trying to convince her otherwise. You know, stuff like that. Her gaze said what she really wanted to ask. She wanted to know why he did not beg for his life. She knew the answer. She saw the look on his face when he turned to leave without so much as trying to wake her. A look of resignation. What on earth had it meant?
どうしてって、そう言われても困る。
He's like, what do you want me to say? Do you want me to beg? I'll beg. It's probably not going to make any difference, so, eh.
そうだな。機会が訪れなかったのなら、それはそういうことだと思ったのかもしれない。君の寝顔はそれぐらい、なんていうか、判断に困った。青崎とは違う意味で、簡単には関われないと思ったんだ。
He struggled to find the right words, but said what he was feeling in the moment anyway. He'd seen a sleeping witch on the wood who clearly needed someone's help, yet sought the help of no one.
そう。でも、しずきくんは関わろうとしているのね。
向かってくるのかい？
その機会は訪れなかったの。
機会はやってきたよ。なんで、こっちも今日ぐらいは自分の勝手にして無茶をしたくなったんだ。
しずきくんの言う通りなら、私はあなたを拒絶するしかないのに。
まあ、そこが難しいところなんだけど。
He glanced at the entrance. He had no reason to. He just felt that urge to do so.
多分、そこを解決したがってるのは俺だけじゃないと思うよ。
He muttered as if speaking to himself, but it was clearly meant for her to hear. Alice knew full well how poorly he had understood the situation. All of this was one giant misunderstanding on his part. His tiny gesture of goodwill, pitiful and pure, resembled that of someone reaching out to help a dying kitten. For Alice, doing so would be akin to clutching the thorns of a rose. She felt pain in her chest for the first time in quite a while.
けど、私はあなたの同居を認めてはいないわ。
At least she's honest about it. She addressed the floor at her feet to avoid showing him how she truly felt. If he had, he would have seen that her face looked just the way Alko's had earlier.
だろうな。それはきっと今は解決できない問題だ。でもそのうち何かの気まぐれであっさり終わるものかもしれない。だからその時までアリスはずっと俺を嫌っていていいんだと思う。
Her gasp of breath was like a response in itself. To suggest she could keep hating him. She had once wished to hear those words so dearly, if only the once.
大体だぞ。アリスだけじゃなく、青崎も同居を認めてない節があるじゃないか。
Yeah, somehow, like he has no way with his words, but somehow it still works. Very interesting case.
だから認めてもらうなんて意気込み自体が間違いなんだ。どうあっても俺は青崎や君たちとは違うんだし。となると、あとは我慢してもらうしかない。
Like he's basically all face value.
難しい話だけど、一緒にいても邪魔にならないぐらいなら、その可能性は上がらないか
？Thinking that of course it was possible, but if it were that easy, none of this would have been necessary in the first place. Alice nodded in agreement. There was no way he could have planned for things to work out this well. But his plan in fact had worked, if inadvertently, from the moment the conversation began.
例えば、あなたが隣にいても眠っていられるぐらいに。
そうだね。例えばの話。
Beaming, he stood up and left the foyer. Alice did not stop him this time. Well, he had a newfound spring in his step as he headed to work, but something gave him a moment's pause.
実際、覗き見は趣味が悪いと思う。
Roro, is it Alko? He complained aloud to make sure a certain someone heard him. Or maybe it's the burb. Oh, no more than 2 minutes had passed since he left the mansion when a long-haired figure came creeping into the foyer. Alko had been just outside the entire time, eavesdropping. Okay, so it was her.
帰ってたの。
With a sullen glare, Alice addressed the interloper. Alko was shivering from head to toe after standing in the cold for so long. She deemed gloves an abomination and refused to wear them except in the most extreme cold. As a result, her slender fingers were pitifully swollen and red.
ちょっと前にね。それでどうだったのアリス。
And the new
随
beats.
分と話してたみたいだけど。
Hey Frost, how's it going, man? She looked strangely elated as she blew on her hands to warm them. Alice was not fooled at all by Alko's facade, clear from the ill-tempered look she wore on her face.
あなたがここまで過保護とは思わなかったわ。意地？それとも義務？
どっちかっていうと成り行きね。で、どうだったのよ結果は。気に食わなかったら実力行使に出るって言ってたじゃない。
Alice's mood was growing darker and darker the longer she had to look at Alko's cheerful posturing. Finish your lunch. Hey, what you had for lunch, man? Hopefully something good. I'm doing kind of okay, but again, for, people just joining in, I'm sorry if I feel a bit down because I slept really badly. I woke up to like 3 or 4 different nightmares last night. Not very fun. So, since the morning up, I hope that wasn't audible on the stream. I accidentally touched the cable of my mic on the... Okay, so yeah, since morning I've been kind of down, but it was audible. Ah, shit, dude, I'm sorry. I accidentally hit the connection of the cable. Ah, shit, dude. It all went back to their dinner together the previous night. After everything that happened in the foyer, Alice was both more suspicious and intrigued by Sojiro than ever before. She insisted that Alko let him walk home alone the next day. Hopefully it's better today. Yeah, would be nice. Would be great. I haven't been sleeping that well the past week, honestly. I think a part of the reason is I've been kind of staying up because I don't know, I just haven't really felt that sleepier on my usual sleeping time. So I've usually been staying up for like an hour longer or something, which again, not really ideal, but it's been happening. So maybe I should just try and brute force myself to bed early anyway. Maybe that helps, I don't know. She then used the concoction to fake her slumber and recreate the same scene as the previous day. Oh, I get it. So this second one was it was a test to see if he does things differently. So she was like fake sleeping. The portion of her plan went well, but the rest had veered totally off course. It did not help though her roommate had savored every moment of it from the other side of the wall either. You've been sleeping at 4, if it's a bad thing here. Well, depends on when you have to wake up, I guess. If you have to wake up at like 7 or 8, that's pretty bad in my opinion, because that's way too little sleep for a human being. That, especially one that either goes to school or work, I assume, so that's no good. To make matters worse, Alice was frustrated at herself for letting such trivial matters bother her. She stared at the teacup still sitting on the floor. Her pale finger traced its cold rim.
青子の言う通り、害にはならない人ね。
Oh, so it was all a test and this is her conclusion. Well, that sounds good for him at least.
あくまで今のところの話だけど。
Okay, well, still good. She forced a tone of indifference in order to hide her irritation with her apprentice. It was in this moment that Sojiro's fate was decided.
あら、それだけ？アリスにしては長く話してたのに。
Wow, really rubbing it in, huh? Relentless Alco continued her line of questioning. Alice only stared back icily.
青子、あなた、隠していたわね。
Oh, she knows everything. You feel shittier when we wake up late, when you get late then wake up earlier even though you get less sleep. Well, again, it depends. Do you have to wake up for something in an hour? If then you should definitely sleep earlier to get enough sleep. But if you're like, let's say you're on a vacation right now and you don't have anywhere to go to, then I guess you could stay up to like 4 a.m. and wake up at 1 p.m. or something if you want to, if it makes you feel better. But again, if you have obligations, then you should definitely plan your sleep around that instead of, which makes you feel better, even though it might not actually be better for you, I don't know what your situation is though. She voiced her displeasure at Alco's behavior in no uncertain terms. Suddenly, the air in the foyer felt cold as ice. They stared at each other, or at one another, each trying to guess the other's next move. It's like chess.
さすがね。よくそこに気がついたもんだわ。でも、こればかりは譲れないのよ。
Alco widened her stance and glared at Alice.
何もすべて奪うとは言っていないわ。そうね。あなたにも3割ぐらいは回すつもり。
30% of what? Completely unperturbed by Alco's warlike posturing, a simple look was all Alice needed to keep her roommate in check.
10が3に化けちゃ、ちょっと黙ってらんないわね。
高望みは命取りよ、青子。
Oh, is that an Icarus reference? Alice remained calm and dignified, not moving a muscle. It felt like hours passed as the two stared at each other in silence. Alco was grinding her teeth in frustration. At this rate, their alliance would be in tatters before they even confronted their foe. And worst of all, she knew Alice had the upper hand.
Catch.
Oh, it's getting personal, dude. Oh, the cut from his rent. Okay. Sure. Alco accepted her defeat with a...
悔しいけど、アリスが6。私が4で手を打つわ。
Damn, she gets the lesser cuts? I'd be salty too. But I guess it is Alice's house, so maybe it makes sense. But Alice doesn't really need it, I'm guessing. It pained her to settle for less. Alice nodded in satisfaction.
そうね。家主は私だけど、彼を招いたのは青子だ。
And she has to collect the smaller portion too.
あなたの役目
Well,
いいけど。
just pocket some of it, dude.
ああ、情けない。こんなことなら錬金術でもかじっておくんだった。
そうでもないわ。彼らバブルが弾けて大変だって話よ。
Alice spoke with the confidence of someone with first-hand experience of such matters, yet Alco only nodded absent-mindedly in response. You feel bad for him? Yeah, a little bit. Their bitter fight was over how to split the take of Sojiro's rent now that he was officially going to move in. Well, at least it's still better than them, you know, immediately deciding that, hey, he should be killed after all, so I guess it could always be worse. Not the most becoming quarrel for a pair of mages. Forcing a boy to live with them and then demanding he pay rent was beyond extortion. It was truly vicious.
でも、そんなセリフが出るってことは、アリスもようやく認めたってことね。
Alco triumphantly satisfied with herself. Or was.
認めてはいないけど、公園での夜、彼を結界で捕捉しなかった責任があるから。
Hello, Fire, how you doing?
彼と約束をした青子だけを責められないでしょ。
約束か。
Alco looked up at the ceiling as she recalled the night at the amusement park. Only a week at most had passed since then, but she already felt that Sojiro's fate and her own had become intrinsically linked. Or perhaps they had always been connected by fate, since the moment they'd met. She could not see into the future, so there was no way to know for sure. Just get clairvoyance or foresight, forehead.
ま、縁とか運とかはともかく、変だけどいいやつよね、あいつ。
A thought uttered to herself in self-confirmation more than to Alice. Alice could only look on in annoyance, perhaps in an attempt to voice her displeasure at her comment.
青子、あの傷を知ってる？
The mystery.
傷？
Alice raised her slender fingers to her mouth as if to push the words back in. She had blurted it out in the heat of the moment. A secret that no one else was supposed to know, but that which one couldn't keep to herself. Alco tilted her head in confusion.
So.
Alice looked relieved for some reason. Her sudden antipathy toward Alco had dissipated as well.
幸せな人。
Wow, really teasing it. Said Alice as she took a sip of her cold tea. She made no attempt to explain who was fortunate or why. A moment later, her beautiful face contorted in revulsion.
まずい。
My reaction when the cold tea sucks. She abandoned the cup to the floor once more. Her black dress unceremoniously scrunched up as she stood. Just one sip of the underbrewed tea sent her fleeing to the drawing room to remove the bad taste from her mouth. Unfortunate. As soon as she was gone, Alco hesitantly took the teacup in her own hands. It was almost certainly better left untasted, but she could not help but wonder how Sojiro's tea could arouse such a strong response. After one small sip, she returned it quietly to the floor.
だからティーバッグにしろって言ったのに、あのバカ。
Baka. The expression on her face was nearly identical to that of her roommates. Oh shit, there you go. That's chapter 7 done, I think. Wow. Very cool, very cool. Not the grandest of endings for a chapter, but you know, not all of them need to be like crazy cliffhangers. Okay, let's do another save. I guess I can save over this now since this was mid-chapter anyway. Let's see, is there anything new on the archive? Oh, there is! And also, hey, I think with this we're gonna complete the top row. That's kind of pog. So, I think these are the ones I just read, but this one is new, right? This Martha one. This was not what I just read, right? It's a bonus thing. Martha. Because it says new, right? So it should be new. These ones I just... Oh, I didn't mean to go into one of them. I guess you can double click on them. Yeah, I've already read this. Oh, go back. Archive. Alright, let's read. Before we go into the next actual episode, we'll read Martha. Okay. Okay. Walking around the mansion at night often led to mysterious encounters. Mist suddenly filled the hallway. Pog me. Or doors might appear and disappear. Just when Sojiro thought he had seen it all, with pig-shaped shadows mending the carpet, he heard the sound of a bird's flapping coming from the sunroom. I'm guessing this is the night after where we just left off.
何事?
As much as he had become accustomed to turning a blind eye to such occurrences, the sound of flapping wings in the sunroom was too much to ignore. And not just one bird, or even two, it sounded like dozens. So many birds packed in the sunroom would inevitably lead to shattered windows and broken glass. He grabbed the broom and dashed toward the sound, prepared for the worst. Perhaps he was moved by his natural impulse to help, or desperate self-defense. His mind flashed to what a teacher had said at school.
皆さんも部屋の整頓は心がけてくださいね。人間の自制心って環境に流されるらしいですから。
Yeah.
ほら、それまで犯罪の少ない町だったのに、一つボロボロの家ができただけで、近隣住人がみんな自堕落になるというあれ。環境への無関心さがすさんだ精神を作り上げるとか眉唾ですけど、正直なところブームだからって盗んだバイクで走り回ったり、学校の廊下の窓ガラスとか割って回っちゃダメですよ。先生の仕事が増えますから。
At the time, school gangs had garnered a certain reputation among the youths.
窓が割れると心が荒れる。
He appreciated the basic message of the lecture as he ruminated over it. The thought of broken windows had given him a sense of urgency, as if the mansion's very moral foundations were at stake. His roommates were harsh enough with him already. Anything further would only lead to rampant rumors at school about their cruelty. Uh-oh. He had to protect the honor of the student council president. He was also concerned for his own safety that sent him rushing to the sunroom. However... There wasn't a bird to be seen or a chirp to be heard upon his arrival. Oh wow. Only Alice and Aoko, sipping afternoon tea at the table that overlooked the courtyard, were present. The dozens of birds he had sensed with his mountain intuition were nowhere to be seen.
今ここに鳥が来なかった?
He's not crazy at all.
さあ、もう見えないのならいないということでしょう。
だって、いないよ、鳥。
It was a lie so blatant even he could see through it.
そんなバカな。
He knew for a fact he had heard the flapping of a flock of birds. Unable to accept that there were really no wild animals in the room, he approached the windows with sus. There were no feathers or any other signs of birds having been outside either.
あ、夕食、鳥鍋?
Of course, Aoko would say something like that as she watched Sojiro search desperately. I have no idea what you mean, Jun. How does something sound Sweden? This isn't eroge, alright? Yeah, no. But Maybe if you believe hard enough it is.
あいにく今日のバイトは魚屋さんだ。イワシでよければ土産にするけど。
イワシか？
Oh, you mean a mud piece of Minecraft OST? Okay. Wow. Okay, I guess that makes a bit more sense. I was like, how does something sound like a country?
いえ、むしろイワシのパイとか食べたことないのよね。
Her stand-up routine was far ahead of its time. He backed away from the window and begrudgingly left the sunroom. Feeling Alice's all too familiar, inscrutable gaze upon his back.
なんだい、アリ。
Just as he opened his mouth to ask her what she wanted. Ooh. Well, there's a bird for you. A blue comet crashed into his head. It needed no explanation. It could only be Robin, the mysterious bird that appeared frequently in the mansion. Here's another, one of those wallpaper engine moments for you. Look at her face and then the bird just going crazy in the background. You can just have this loop. Uh-oh. It shrilled accusingly. The truth was, the tiny aggressor that assaulted him just now was the greatest of the mansion's 7 wonders. Wow. Morning time. New jams. Sojiro encountered all sorts of people along his route to work. Still new to city life, he found the crowds of people outside the station utterly fascinating. In fact, they were the highlight of his commute. No two people wore exactly the same clothes or walked in the same fashion. With so many people, you would think they would all melt into an indistinguishable huddle, but each person he saw was different and unique. He was excited as a child as he looked out the bustling, diverse streets of the city.
Yeah.
Closing his eyes in shame, he sighed. He was upset with himself for behaving like a bumbling tourist from the countryside.
ちょっと、青信号で突っ立ってられるの邪魔なんだけど。何柄にもなく黄昏てるんだか。
Is it her again? I forgot her name though. A stern and familiar voice behind him snapped him out of his navel-gazing. Yeah, it's her.
マッドベアに行く途中だったんだ。私はコンビニのバイト。こっちは5時からだけど。しずきは？
同じく5時から。くまりはどこか寄るところでも？
本屋に寄った帰り、読みたかった本がなくなってたから仕方なく出歩いてたところよ。
なるほど。時間を持て余しているところも同じだね。
The girl who greeted him was Kojika Kumari, a work friend who was also in the same year as at Misaki High. Though it would have been more accurate to say she was looking for a pretext to fight him rather than greet him. To him, Kumari had been the first person in the city he could look up to. They'd met at the first job, where she insisted he wasn't cut out to work the register after many mistakes and convinced him to quit working at convenience stores altogether. Rip, dude. In the end, she introduced him to his current job at the Chinese restaurant, the Mad Bear, a much better fit for him.
何その無理やりな顔。なんか元気ない。いつも以上にイラッとくるわ。しずきのいいところなんていつもピシッとしてる背筋ぐらいなのにみっともなく丸まってるし。
Damn, he's good at standing up straight. Amazing skill to have, by the way. So unique.
もしかして悩みとかあるの？ マッドベアにタチの悪い先輩でもいるとか。それなら話ぐらいは聞いてあげるから。
Though her tone was stern, her eyes were earnest. Having grown up in the city herself, she was irritated by virtually everything he said and did. Nevertheless, she still treated him like an equal. Introducing him to his current job was just one example of her sincerity.
いや、別に悩みとかそういうんじゃなくて、不思議なことがあったというか、珍しいものを見たというか。
He could not find the words to explain his situation, but that did not stop him from trying. There were no problems at the Mad Bear to speak of. He liked it just as much as his other job at Uotats, the fishmongers in the shopping district. In fact, his problem had nothing to do with work at all. No, his problem was a certain blue bird that would not stop pecking at him recently.
鳥につっつかれる？何それ？小さい悩み。
It's a serious problem with this kind of bird.
でもまあ、青い鳥っていうのは確かに珍しいわね。
いや、珍しいのは外見の話じゃなくて。
He stopped, unsure of how to proceed. Words alone were not enough to convey the bird's plump body or the sound of its chirping.
綺麗な青色といったらマウンテンブルーバードだけど、日本にはいないわよね。青いツバメだったらいるかもしれないけど。
Swallow reversal?
いや、ツバメじゃなくて丸っこいんだ。図鑑で調べたんだけど、どうもコマドリっぽいけど。
青色のコマドリは存在しない。しずきは縁日の青ひよこって知ってる？知らないわよね。いい、そう面白い話じゃないから忘れて。それよりそのコマドリって1羽だけなの？
ああ、1羽だけだ。つがいは見当たらない。
突然変異だとしたらちょっとかわいそうね。生まれた時から最後の1羽だなんて孤独にも程があるわ。どんな鳥かは知らないけど、次に見かけたら優しくしてあげたら。自販機で10円を拾うぐらいの幸運は運んでくれるかもよ。
Is it really that big of a deal to find a 10 yen coin? It's like absolutely nothing, dude. Her words were perfectly kind, but he could hardly sympathize with the creature after all the painful pecking to which it had subjected him. He wouldn't have called the bird lonely either.
いいじゃない、小鳥1羽ぐらい。そりゃ都会で鳥につつかれるのは珍しいけど、いい方の珍事よそれ。これがゴミ袋を漁るカラスの大群だったら困りものでしょうけど。
あ、そういえば他にも気になることが。
Her example had reminded him of the mystery of the disappearing birds at the mansion. A stranger than strange event.
実は今あそこに見える丘に住んでる。
Oh shit, can he say this? He just blurts out that he lives at the mansion. Uh-oh.
出るんだ。大量のムクドリが頻繁に。そのくせ街に出ると見かけない。
当たり前でしょう。街じゃ鳥なんて見かけないし、あそこは山だから動物は多いんじゃない？それよりあなた、あの山に引っ越したの？前のアパートは引き払ったって聞いてたけど、学校まで通うの大変じゃない。なんだってあんな偏僻なところに。
ちょっとした成り行きだよ。それに通うのは大変じゃない。大変なのは中の話なんだ。
It took 30 minutes to reach town on foot. The 40 minutes to the nearest convenience store would be the real kicker for most people, but for him, it was no inconvenience. The real problem was the dark forces beyond human understanding that lurked within the grounds. Yeah, can't talk about that though.
すまない。それはクマリに話すことじゃなかった。それより今の話だ。街には鳥が少ないと言ったけど、どうして？
単に環境に適応できなかったのよ。
Also, wow, she seems really short, huh? I don't think Sojiro is particularly tall either. maybe a bit taller than your average Japanese boy or whatever, but man, she looks short. Like a full 30 centimeters down, dude.
何？鳥の話には随分と食いつくわね。しずき、動物好き？
どちらかというと好きな方だけど。
そう、私は嫌い。そんな私に鳥の話とかしてほしい。
Damn, not an animal friend, huh? Rip. Her statement could hardly be more self-contradictory. Minutes after telling him to be nice to a bird that attacked him, she was now claiming she did not even like animals.
そうだな。嫌いなだけで苦手でないのなら、知ってる範囲で聞かせてほしい。
Which one is free to play? None of those are. There's the free to play one. Those are my main accounts first. She's 149. Yeah, that is short. Especially for a high schooler.
いいわ、バイトまでの時間つぶしにしてあげる。さっきの続き、環境に適応できるかできないかってところからね。
Okay.
今でこそこんなだけど、美咲はここまで大きな町じゃなかったんだって。
Wow, it's a wild cage bastard general.
昔はその半分が森だったから、彼らはもともと森に適した
Have
生
you
活
read
を
this
していたの。
story? Fancy seeing you today. The way Kumari addressed them was of note. Whether she liked them or not, she seemed to at least have some respect for them.
でも近代化した町じゃ自然のサイクルも成り立たない。人間ってのはまず環境を自分たちの都合に
I
変え
like
る
the
から。
buildings numbered 1 and 2. Because why not? You don't even know what this is about? Well, it's one of the many Nasu stories, you know, for us Nasu nerds out there. I'm doing okay, although feeling kinda sad today because I had really sad and bad nightmares. So, that wasn't nice. I've been feeling kinda gloomy all day because of it, but you know, I still wanted to stream because, you know, streaming is at least fun.
ヤブカが多いってことで小さな川の流れを変えたり、
And this story
街
is
中コンク
also
リートで塗り
interesting.
固めちゃえば、鳥的にはお手上げよ。
1 out of 50. God knows how many stories he's written nowadays.
虫も森も少ないんじゃ、もう山に逃げるしかない。彼らは故郷を追われて、この森から山に移った。人間にとって都合のいい町は、鳥たちが生きるコロニーにはなり得ないから。
そんなことぐらいで減るものか。その姿を見なくなるぐらいに。
そこまで極端じゃないとは思う。現にあなた
All
だ
the bird lore
ム
is
クドリを見
real.
てるでしょ。比較の問題よ。街には人間が多いから鳥の姿は余計希少に感じるだけ。たまに見かけるだけで珍しいと思えるぐらいにね。
ああ、確かに。じゃあ鳥は町からいなくなっただけであの山に移り住んで。
Humans might not be able to see them in day-to-day life, but they were alive and well nonetheless. Their habitat and lifestyle changed with the times, but they never truly disappeared. His sense of relief was sharply disrupted by a serious look from Kumari.
あの山に天敵がいなければね。
Drinking coffee at 8:30 p.m. You have work tomorrow? Oh no. To be honest, I kind of have caffeine after my streams usually as well. Which again, maybe not the best idea. Not like a lot of it though, so it's kind of okay.
人間の手による乱獲か、移った先にいる生態系との衝突か。どちらにせよ、居場所を失った彼らの寿命は短いと思う。
Hey Fate, how you
一石持て
doing?
ばいい方かもしれない。
How's it going?
旅行バトの例もあるし、気がついた時には取り返しつかないのが動物と人間の関係よ。
旅行バト。
そう、旅行バト。体長は40センチほどもある
Big
大型の
birds.
綺麗な鳥。
It's a big bird, yeah.
オスの翼は深い青色で、胸は鮮やかなエンジ色。 オレンジ色の目は
For someone that
嘘
doesn't
みたい
like
な
animals,
愛
she
だ
knows a lot about
その
birds,
羽は
dude.
時速100キロで長い距離を旅するの。
They say you should not drink caffeine like 8 hours before sleep. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that, yeah. It's just one of my guilty pleasures, because, you know, I'm a very flawed human being. I gotta have my guilty pleasures. That's how I get through in life. Her voice had a certain tenderness to it. She was daydreaming about birds she had never even seen in the flesh. Wow, that's a lot of
北アメリカにいた
birds.
鳩でね。春は南から北へ、冬は冬越えのために北から南に移動するの。
Who is that? She looks big design. Well, she seems to be a fairly minor side character so far. We don't know too much about her, but yeah, one of Sojiro's classmates and fellow part-time, you know, jobbers.
今から100年以上も前の話よ。彼らはかつて地上で最も繁殖した高等動物だった。何しろその数は50億。当時の総人口より多かったっていうんだから、圧巻よね。
なんと人間より数の多い動物がいたっていうのか？
That is kinda crazy.
うん。でも彼らは絶滅したわ。他ならぬ人間の手によって。
You don't drink coffee often? Yeah, it's probably for the best.
16世紀にヨーロッパからアメリカ大陸にやってきた探検家たちは空を覆い尽くすほどの鳥の群れを見た。それが旅行鳩を記した一番古くて確かな記録。まあ私も本で知った知識だけど、太陽を隠してそのおびただしい数で森を覆って雪のように糞を落としていく光景なんて今じゃもう夢物語でしょうね。
Does he have a harem? I don't know, maybe. Who knows where this is heading?
でも当時の人にとっては悪夢だった。旅行鳩一羽一羽は美しいフォルムをしていても、それだけの数が集まればそれはもう暴力なんだから。彼らはその時点では森を破壊し人間を脅かす悪魔のような存在だった。
It's a lot of freaking birds.
営巣地は 10km にまで及んで1コロニーにつき5万羽近い鳥の鳴き声が響いたのよ。一瞬にして風景を変えるほどの鳥の群れと世界を覆うほどの鳴き声。冒険家たちが救んだのもうなずけ
A lot of bird shit. Probably. Someone has to clean that up.
5万羽
Car owners, not so stonks. He trailed off as he attempted to count the number with his digits. He could barely count the number of people in the crowd outside the station. This would be far beyond his capacity.
でもそんな数の鳥を人間の手でどうやって？
ええ、当時誰もがそう思ったんでしょうね。でも話は簡単だったの。人間にとって旅行鳩は脅威でもあったけど、同時に安価な実りでもあったから。
Does Typhoon not do eroge anymore? Not really, because they don't have to. Again, the only reason they even did any type of eroge in the past was because, you know, if you didn't have a name for yourself, good luck trying to make a visual novel that gets popular that was not an eroge, you know? So that's why, like, Nasu himself hates that stuff. He hates having hentai scenes. Like, he just wants to write a story. The only reason why Stay Nights and other stuff had those scenes was because, you know, they had to get the sales numbers so they could get a name for themselves. But now he can write whatever. He doesn't need to put in hentai scenes anymore, you know? And his works would still be read and, you know, they would sell well. Because, you know, everyone already is familiar with his line of work. So yeah, not really anymore because of that. I mean, good riddance, I say. As much of a DJ as I am, they were really shit. Like, even if we've had modern art or whatever, I don't know, man. Like, the writing itself was not good for those scenes.
そんな食材が空に向かって鉄砲を撃つだけでバタバタと落ちてきたとしたら、あなたはどうする？
Good old guns were introduced, huh? Pow pow, birds go down.
まあ身も蓋もないことを言えば、旅行鳩って鳥は簡単にお金にできる生き物だった。
They were hilariously badly written. Yeah, but the problem is the work itself is not hilariously badly written outside of those. So it kind of took you out of the moment, I'm not gonna lie. And I did read through the ones that I did play through, so yeah.
かくして狩りは延々
Oh
と
shit.
続けられた。
Look at the guns go pew pew pew. It's like an FPS now. Pow pow pow. Bird hunter. Well, this became a thing. Pigeon killer.
落ちた鳥は羽をむしられて塩漬けの樽に押し込まれて次々と出荷された。それはもう狩りですらなかった。ただの消費。人間側は労働の実感
She's so
も
knowledgeable
作業の
about
手間
this.
すら感じなくなっていた。その頃旅行鳩は1羽1セントで手に入れることができたんだって。ここで言うならたった1円。
The worst written eroge I've read. That's too hard of a question right now.
ほんと。信じられる？
I don't remember reading many ones that I didn't like, because the ones I tend to read are ones that, you know, interest me in the premise already, so, or, you know, otherwise they're from, you know, studios that already made some that I liked.
その国最小の通貨1枚で売買される命がこの地球にはあったなんて。
Yeah, for sure, break. Kumari spoke as if reciting from a textbook. Yeah, that's what it did feel like. Like she's so knowledgeable about this. Her voice nevertheless had a certain darkness to it. Was it pity for the slain birds or disgust for her fellow man? Either way, the passenger pigeon's fate was a cruel joke carried out by humanity. Typical, some might say. Poor Sojiro had yet to comprehend just how typical that side of humanity was. More like, you know, sweet ignorance.
けどそれはまだまだ序の口で、本番は19世紀に入ってからだった。人間の旅行鳩狩りはますます熱狂していった。学校で習ったでしょ？ゴールドラッシュ。南北戦争を経てアメリカ合衆国は急激に成長していく。西欧からの移民は増え続け、1870年には4000万もの人口に達していたわ。そんな移民たちの胃袋と財布を満たす材料として、旅行鳩は最高の獲物だった。で、もっと最悪なことに、人間は工夫する生き物だった。
Americans slaughtered all the pigeons, huh?
彼らはより早く、より多く、より簡単に旅行鳩を乱獲する手段を競い合った。目をつぶした鳩をおとりにして集団を誘い込んで、1日で1万羽以上捕らえたやつさえいた。それでも彼らは乱獲に疑問すら持たなかった。繁殖と狩猟のバランスは誰が見ても明らかに狂っていたのに。
She was doing everything she could to speak in calm, measured tones. Sojiro, meanwhile, was completely enraptured by her words. Having been raised in the mountains, it was by no means a happy story for him, but right now he was more interested in knowing why it ever happened in the first place.
それ一方的すぎないか？旅行鳩だって数が減ってくれば人間には近寄らないんじゃ。
そこが彼らの不幸だったのよ。
Mm.
旅行鳩は繁殖力が非常に弱くて自衛手段を持たない鳥だった。大群で暮らすこと、それだけが。
It was the reason why, because they were so accessible there. I think that was the whole point, yeah? It definitely wasn't a luxury meal or anything like that.
彼らが50億の王国を築けたのはそれまで天敵がいなかったからなんでしょうね。先住民であるインディアンも彼らを乱獲することはなかったというし。けど入植者たちは自然のサイクルには点で疎かった。何よりあのおびただしい数の鳥が絶滅するなんて夢にも思わなかった。旅行鳩にしたら晴天の霹靂よ。まさか何世紀も遅れて海の向こうから天敵がやってくるなんて。 そうして1896年、人間はようやく熱狂を冷ますほどの現実に直面したわ。たったの25万羽。それが確認された旅行鳩の総数。何もかも手遅れよ。急いで保護法が作られたけど、人間の習慣はそう簡単には変わらないわ。あるいは狩人たちはこう思ったのかもしれない。まだ25万羽もいるじゃないか。1000羽や2000羽ぐらいなら独り占めしても構わないだろうって。そうしてハンターたちは当時最新の技術、電報で旅行鳩たちの所在を知らせ合って、実に20万羽の旅行鳩を仕留め、4万羽を傷つけた。生き延びたのは5000羽だけ。この時点で彼らは野生で生きられる種ではなくなったのよ。
His face sunk into a scowl. No longer able to survive in the wild. He knew all too well what that phrase meant. No wild animal can last long on its own. No animal can survive without a sufficiently large population of their fellow kind and sufficient feeding grounds to support the group. Strength in their massive numbers was all the passenger pigeons ever had, so once that was gone they were as good as extinct.
それで旅行鳩はどうなったんだ？
最後に保護された旅行鳩はたったの3羽。シンシナティの動物園ではオス2羽、メス1羽の旅行鳩が飼育されたけど、1年でオスたちは死んじゃったわ。残されたのはメス1羽だけ。その時点で彼女は地上で最も孤独な生き物になった。
I can't believe I feel bad about pigeons.
名前はマーサ。
Oh, that's where the name is from. The last of these pigeons, Marth.
北アメリカを旅する鳥たちの最後の1羽でありながら、ただの一度も空を飛ぶことができなかったカゴの鳥。結局29年で彼女はその命を終えたわ。
Bro, I'm 29 right now. Too real.
1914年9月1日午後1時。一つの種が終わる時間がここまで正確に残っている例は今のところこれだけよ。
The story of 5 billion deaths had finally come to an end. The birds had been swallowed up by the machinations of human civilization. Kumari had intended to show her sympathy for the lost species, but the emotional impact had clearly been all but lost on Sojiro.
意外。できる
This
だ
is
け
past
指摘に
chapter
語った
5.
つもりだけど。
Yeah, this is an interlude after chapter 7. It's like a special bonus chapter for, like, you know, just bonus info dumps. So yeah, if you might not be here yet, then I take it. Yeah, if you're reading it yourself, then yeah. But hey, nice seeing you though, Albert. Hope you have a good day, my dude. Thanks for dropping by.
山育ちのあなたには憤慨者の話だと思ったのに。
いや、すごい話だったけど。
Great day because of gacha. Well, that's nice to hear. Congrats, whatever you ended up rolling. Very cool, man.
その整理がつかなくて、当時の人たちは自分たちの手で減らしておいたのに、なんで最後は保護したのかって。
See ya, my dude. Kumari stared blankly at him, eyebrows raised high. What he likely meant to ask was why humans would protect the last of a species they themselves had hunted into extinction. She could hardly be blamed for her bewilderment. Having been raised in the city, she failed to recognize the danger inherent in his cluelessness. He felt neither anger toward humans for their base selfishness, nor sympathy for the birds who remained in their natural habitat even at the cost of their lives. His upbringing had not provided him with the necessary sense of self-righteousness to produce feelings in either direction.
相変わらずよくわかんないやつ。
You know what that comment makes me think of? I think it's from Futurama, but it's that clip where it's like a meme down clip as well. They go like, "I have no strong feelings of this whatsoever." It's like the full neutral moment. Like exactly in the middle, like no feelings toward either way. At least I'm not sure if that video is up on still on YouTube. I remember many years ago there was an upload of that video, which I think it was the most viewed one. It was so cool because it was perfectly balanced. The like and dislike ratio in that video was perfectly 50-50, and it was such a cool moment. And it was preserved throughout the years as well. As soon as either side started showing even a bit more numbers to like have a 1% increase or decrease, people would immediately fix it back to being 50% each. It was so cool. I'm not sure if I almost want to check right now. Let's see if I can find it. It would be cool to see if it still actually is like that. Although it would be harder nowadays because obviously by standard or by default the ratio is hidden, but you can still see it with add-ons. Let's see. I have no... Let's see, I think it's this one. It is! It has to be this one. It's titled Neutral Response. It has 11 million views and it's uploaded 15 years ago. Let's see. Oh my god, this is amazing. Okay, I have to show this to you. I have to show this to you. Look at this. It's still there. Holy shit, dude. Look at the ratio. It's 595,000 likes, 595,000 dislikes. I can't believe it's still being preserved all this time later. Again, this is the video. It's pretty funny though. It's just a neutral response. This is what I was thinking when I saw the line in the game just now. But yeah, wow, I haven't seen this video in ages. 15 years ago. This was uploaded in April in 2009. It has 11 million views. That's crazy. That's such a cool moment. I'm not even gonna press either of the buttons because I just want to keep it as is. It's crazy. Wow. Such a cool moment though. Anyway, there you go. Now you guys know about the neutral response video. If you didn't before this. KO on first there in the month of that year. Oh wow. Yeah, it takes you back, doesn't it? Okay. Anyway, where was I? Back to the game. Thanks for making the chat feel old. I mean, if anything, I feel the oldest of all of us, so, you know, it's more like a disservice to myself, if anything. Good video, though.
しずきくん、あなたが見た鳥はその最後の1話かもしれないわよ。
Freaking over 1 million likes or dislikes combined. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. Like, it's perfectly balanced. And with that, their idle conversation came to an end. It was nearly time for their shifts to begin, and he was the first to head off.
らしくない。何熱く語ってたんだろう、私。
Kumari remained in the park after he left. Martha, the last of her species. She had not been referring to the blue bird when she mentioned Martha, but...
やめやめ。珍しいから特別視するとか、バカみたいだし。
She rubbed the back of her head, apparently angry at herself for getting involved in something that was none of her business. She and Soljiro were not even in the same class at school. He was a total stranger as far as she was concerned. The more something bothered her, the more she felt compelled to investigate it. It was a personal quirk of hers, and the only reason she had gotten so worked up about the passenger pigeons. Oh, I think earlier I said they were same class, but they're not the same class. They're the same year in school, but they're in different classes anyway. So, small correction, I guess. Her well-groomed brow furrowed. She had only spoken to Soljiro to make sure he was doing okay at the Mad Bear, or maybe it was that she had been strangely drawn to him. Harem protagonist EX. The more they spoke, the more she felt drawn to him.
まあ見てて頼りないってのが一番だろうけど、話してみるとしっかりし
He's
すぎて
got it together.
彼。
Can I have some of that too? Amidst her muttered complaints, she recalled their conversation upon parting.
で、少しは街に慣れた？
To which he had given a weak shake of his head.
全然。何にせよ、覚えなくちゃいけないことが多すぎて。
He was trying his best to keep up with the overwhelming amount of new information every day. However, despite his apparent naivety and frailty, he was in fact trying to learn everything he could about his new surroundings. But at the same time, there was no reason it needed to be so overwhelming in the first place. It was only due to his own naively subordinate frame of mind that he felt compelled to memorize each and every detail.
どうだろう。素直っていうのはちょっと違うと思うよ。単にそれがいいことか悪いことかまだ分かってないだけかもしれないし。
He awkwardly claimed.
そうね。でももしかしたらそもそも
Kumari stopped herself mid-train of thought, deciding to instead wave goodbye and take her leave. She sighed aloud every time she replayed the scene in her head. Work at the convenience store started in 5 minutes. She gave herself a light slap on the face in an effort to forget their conversation. She reminded herself that she had neither the energy to worry about other people's problems nor the obligation to do so. She had her own concerns, saving up enough money for college, for example. Fighting against her parents' opposition every night was draining enough. There was no room for burdening herself with other students' issues.
でももしかしたらそもそも
It was not like her to get so tongue-tied, she thought to herself under a strange smile.
ほんとはっきり言ってやればよかった。あなたは単にそういうのに関わる気がこれっぽっちもないんじゃないのかって。
He really did annoy her. Now in a thoroughly bad mood, she left the park in a huff. Damn. Back home. When Sojiro entered the drawing room after work with a gift of sardines for his roommates, he came face to face with Alice sitting on the sofa.
や、こんばんはアリス。
The sense of familiarity to be able to say "I'm home" when entering the mansion still eluded him. He headed straight to the kitchen to fill a bucket with water to keep the sardines fresh. Okay, I misread that originally. He was talking about fish. But the icy stare on his back sent him anxiously to the refrigerator instead.
台所にバケツはダメなんだな。
Calmly accepting his change in plans, he shoved the sardines into the fridge and peeked back into the drawing room. I read it as like, tardiness at first. I was like, sardiness. But it's sardines as fish. My brain is so messed, dude.
アリス、青崎は？
さあ、自分の部屋にいるか出かけているんでしょう。
Her reply was curt. Kurt Cobain. Okay, such a bad joke. He nodded and got to work cleaning the kitchen. There was nothing in particular he wanted to say to her, and also sensed that it would not be a good idea to start up a conversation needlessly. So he tidied up the sink area, washed the cutting board, wiped down the knives, and put away the cutlery so they could be easily found. Her black eyes monitored every action in his streamlined workflow. A rhythm that even the most seasoned housekeeper would be envious of. He would surely notice her gaze before too long. He bent over to store a large pot under the sink when it happened. As he began to stand back up, he locked eyes with her, and then...
今すぐロビンに顔を貸せっ
Okay. Okay. Before he could make another move, he felt something slam into the back of his head, a bright shock of blue. He knew what it was without looking. It could only be the mansion's blue robin. I kind of had forgotten about that, because I remember now when the servants were like, in FGO, I was pretty sure there was like I assumed it was the bird that was talking, but it had not talked at all in this game so far, because it only had made chirps. I mean, I guess, well, I should rephrase. We had seen the bird talk to Alice, like in the amusement park or whatever to do with Sojiro after that, but there was never like voice lines. We just heard chirps, right? So now we actually get a real voice for the bird, which again I had kind of forgotten about that was even supposed to be a thing. Okay, interesting. Has a very high-pitched voice as well. He muttered under his breath. It was a rare situation that made him feel like complaining. Oh yeah, it's Hime's VA. No wonder he was familiar. Yeah. Ah, that's right. I remember now. When I was doing the first impression on Alice as well, I remember because they listed they listed Robin's voice as well in it, right? And I was like, wait, that name looks fam. And then people I think told me back then too that it was Hime's VA. Yeah. The robin chirped in its shrill tone. You see, this little creature that loved to attack Sojiro was the greatest of the mansion's many wonders. And with good reason. Yeah, you can tell it's supposed to be British because it says, and what the hell, what the bloody hell is chicken stew supposed to mean anyway? Bloody hell, yeah. Oh. This game doesn't have a dub, right? Or like this story doesn't have a dub in any form, right? Maybe for the movie they're gonna do it, but it would be kind of funny to hear Robin talk if they had a dub. Richard III, yeah. Like so. He had an inkling of what the bird was getting at. For someone raised in the mountains, this was an utter nightmare. Animals were not supposed to be able to talk. Then again, having lived in the mountains for over a decade, he did feel sometimes like he could understand what birds were trying to say. He knew it was just his imagination, but sometimes he thought they even saw him as a friend. That was not the case with this bird. He had a realist's attitude toward wild animals as a result of being so familiar with them, in contrast to the ever-mysterious humans who lived in the city. As much as he wanted to deny the reality he was facing, he could not help but recall Kumari's story. She had said to try and be nice to the bird the next time he saw it. According to her, any rare or one kind of a creature must accordingly feel very lonely. You hearing me alright, mate?
でも椅子ないっすねここ。じゃあ立ってるっす。小坊主だけに廊下に立ってるのがお似合いっす。あれ？今うまいこと言ったんすかね自分。
What a burb. The bird perched itself on the telephone receiver, seemingly worn out from all the flapping. Sojiro was dumbfounded. Listening in silence to the bird's chatter was his way of expressing his denial. Oh, pipe and drums is for ass.
自分長いっす。プロイ歴長いっすよ。マイ女神の頃からアリスさんに仕えてるっす。なんで青いかとかどうでもいいっす。
Goddess mom, as in Alice's mom, because you know she got the bird from her, right? Wow, simp is real though.
特技はズバリ探偵役と被害者役。でも探偵である自分が真っ先にコロコロするんで、誰が自分を殺したか結局誰もわからないっす。
Wow.
フロイ、待ってくれ。 それには聞き覚えがある。プロイって何なんだ？
何なんだと言われても困るっす。エロいとか役いいとかの最上級じゃないっすか。
What a weird reaction, dude. Is this an extra chapter? Remember reading this? Yeah, it is. It's like it's an interlude you can do after chapter 7, basically. So it's somewhere between chapters 7 and 8. It's a chapter titled Martha. If you look at the bookshelf, it's at the top right, at the very top right, in that pile that you can click on. Thusly, the conversation began between the most powerless residents of the Kuonji estate. Humankind and birdkind, able to understand one another after all. Sojiro was tired of letting the bird get to him, fully aware of that ignoring it took more energy than it was worth. Filled with a sense of resignation by the time he finally did make an attempt to interject, both parties' guard was firmly down. He was focused on how rare the bird was, while Robin was focused on his showdown with his rival that was to be eliminated at all costs. You didn't realize that extra chapters were a thing until the very end? Going up everyone doing one? Yeah, I mean, I may have not realized that either, but people definitely made sure I didn't miss them, so I guess that's one upside of streaming this.
いいっすよ、細けいことは。そんなことよりマイ天使アリスさんの話をするっす。
So Alice is Angel Mom, and Alice's mom is Goddess Mom. You know, I can kind of see the logic, I guess. Still simping for her too, even if she's not, you know, mom tier. It was an impressive sign of progress that he did not need to ask what an angel was.
ヒュース。自分にとって天使のような存在ってことっす。下界の
はいブロ
とか自分の言葉をガン無視するところとかマジ天使。アリスさんは神聖不可侵にして冷酷非道。マイ女神であったところの母
Really has that Cockney way of talking, huh?
正直母君ちょっと育て方間違ったっすね。
そうか。そりゃアリスにもお母さんはいるんだよな。この家にはいないようだけど。
イエス。悲しいことに見まかられたっす。
イエス。
この頃は前衛の鳥が鳴いたっす。アリスさんに負けないぐらい美しかったっす。後でアルバムとか見るっすか？6ペンスで手を打つっすよ。
Is he trying to sell him shit? What?
いや、そういうのは本人の許しがないと。
He said earnestly as he tilted his head. The reason for his unease was also due to the fact that he had grown more interest in Alice than before. Despite his detached and passive attitude, he was still a young man like any other after all.
イエス、それはそうっすね。お前シャバ像の割にいいこと言うっす。人の過去花とかみだりにしちゃいけないっす。ところでアリスさんの子供時代の話とかしていいっすか？自分シャバ像の知らないアリスさんを赤裸々にアピールして精神的上位に立ちたいっす。
She does a pretty good job voicing the burb, honestly.
あ、いや、だからそういう話は。
安心しろっす。アリスさんには黙っておいてやるっすから。まずはあれっすね。自分とアリスさんが初めて出会った時のメモリーを聞くっすよ。アリスさん見えて友達一人しかいなかったっすからもっぱら自分が話し相手っつうか。
Did you know all those expressions beforehand, Dragon, or did you have to look them up? Be honest. I certainly have not heard about those expressions.
ほら壁相手にカコーンカコーンってピンポン玉打ち返すゲーム。
Because I'm pretty sure you're not British, right? So I have a feeling you might have not known about those before looking up. You have them saved. Yeah, so you originally had to look them up though, right? Because I assume only British people would actually... Maybe even not all of them would, you know all of these, but I assume they're the most familiar.
いや、だから。
いかすやー！もう誰も自分を止められないっす！
Oh my god, it's getting really excited about this. This bird was trouble. The word bird brain had taken on a whole new meaning to Sojiro. If he were stuck here listening any longer, he had the feeling he might hear something he would not be able to unhear.
すまない。そろそろいいかな。
With a wave of his hand, he attempted to flee to the attic before or above the second floor.
ちょ待つさここからがいいところなのになんで去るっすかスカーレット・オハラっすか
Who is Scarlett O'Hara? I have no idea. Even as a Brit, some terms do fly over the head as what they actually mean. Yeah. Yeah, you guys have some interesting way of saying stuff. I've noticed that.
そのあたり自分になんか納得いかないっす。まだうちに入ったばかりの新参者がなんでアリスさんの視点を独り占めしてるっすか許せないっすけど、その秘訣を教えてほしいっす。切実に。自分本気出したらすごいっすよ。
That means kid? What? It's so weird.
何？
Halfway up the stairs already, Sojiro quickly retraced his steps.
君、今のはどういう？
Different regions have their own dialect and slang. Martha talks like an old-fashioned Londoner to you. I see. Scarlett O'Hara is from Gone with the Wind. Oh, okay. At least remember one British expression, which is dog's dinner, which means something is a fucking mess, or you know, you fucked it up or whatever. Like you made a dog's dinner of, you know, whatever. Like it's bad, you know. I don't know why it's dog's dinner, but I guess they don't eat too well. Maybe that's why.
だからアリスさん好きあらばお前を見てるっす。思い出したんすよ。そもそも自分熱視線でサーチされてるからって突き上がるなと釘刺しに来たんす。
Mince pies.
だいたいその字は何度も自分に助けられてるっす。
At least that kind of rhymes with eyes. I'm not sure if that's the reason, but okay. Wait, did he say Sonoji as well just now?
だいたいその字は何度も自分に
Oh my, wait, how? How the fuck would the burb know this nickname?
だいたいその字は何度も自分に助けられ
Sonoji.
てるっす。
What? How does the burb know? Was it spying in the school or something? What the hell, dude? That's kind of weird.
アリスさんの命令がなかったら今頃その字鏡の中でおだぶつっす。これなんすかね人間の感情とかわかん
Yo,
ないっす
shout out to Moby Dick.
魚編に里とか
When are we getting servants from that story? Give me like Captain Ishmael. Or Ahab. He would be the main character, right?
俺が？
Captain Ahab. You want dick? Sure. You know, why not?
まあ殺そうとしてるのもアリスさんっすけどね。
Oh, that's another one of those rhyming ones.
アリスさんはこう言ったっす。
Wait, they use Moby Dick as an expression too? Oh my god.
助けてあげて危険なものには近寄らないように誘導もしてあげてでも思い上がらないことねしずきくん別にあんたのことが心配なわけじゃ無理だ
What was that? Is that a is that a hand? It happened in a flash. With a swift, unhesitating strike of her hand, Alice squashed the bird right then and there as it sat on the telephone receiver stand in the foyer. Squish the bird! Her pressed palm continued to pin it down. The bird's crushed form resembled a bright rubber ball, like what a child might play with. You know, this is funny. Remember earlier I said, because, you know, I have to have something to, you know, when I play games like this, when I don't do much with my hands, I always, like, fiddle with anything that's on my table, and I maybe should get, like, a fidget spinner or some kind of stress ball. They should make a stress ball out of that looks like Robin. Like a tiny bird plushie that's really, like, you know, what's that word? Like, you can easily squish it into a small shape, but then it, like, immediately, like, springs back to full form. I think there probably is a word for that. Elastic, maybe? I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, they should make a stress frickin' Robin little plushie. That could be funny.
いやアリスさんくらいっす。そして痛い体中の血液が くちばしからこう右方向に流れていく感覚とか。
Rest in peace. The bird raised a mighty uproar.
これの言うことは気にしないで。
There's another wallpaper engine moment for you. They have a lot of combos, these two, that is. Alice returned to the drawing room, taking the bird with her. Her dark silhouette cloaked in shadow was the complete opposite of the gaudy little bird. Sojiro folded his arms as he stood alone, no less confused than before, and whispered,
こうしてますます疑問は増えていくのだった。
Yeah, you would imagine so. Up at the night sky visible through the skylights. Well, chapter 7, all scenarios read. Alright, that was the bonus. That was pretty good. We got to hear the burp for the first time, and got some other bird lore as well. Wow. Well, let's do a cheeky save again. Oh, dude, the next one. Is this the... Wait, wasn't this the current chapter, or am I tripping? Or is this the next chapter now? Funny little Ryuji moment. Anyway, next episode. I think it's the name of the next episode every time. But I thought that was the name of the previous episode. But I guess it's not. Anyway, episode 8. Are you for real? Majide? Oh. Oh, they added a question mark. Because I remember seeing that line on an episode title. Okay, so I wasn't going completely crazy. So they just emphasized it a bit more. So I guess things are about to get even more, you know, wild or something like that. Also capitalized it. Oh, yeah, maybe that's a difference too. Okay. Anyway, Misaki High School's winter vacation began in mid-December. The tranquil air of the school was a refreshing change of pace from the more competitive schools and their nationally famous sports teams and exam-oriented curriculum. The empty, newly constructed building evoked images of a pure white swan descending upon a still winter lake. The modern school building felt alive in its stillness, in spite of the absence of its lifeblood of students. Most students never knew what this building used to look like. It was just a small, run-down wooden building, a shadow of its former self. The former school was never torn down and now stood in lonely silence. It was tucked away deep in a seemingly infinite wood that stretched across the mountains. Are you saying you're already done farming the point skill? Wow, that's fast. I think I'm like halfway done now. Because I think the full ladder is like 3 million, right? I think yeah, today I had like 1.5 or 1.6. The sound of brooms sweeping dead leaves resonated in the air. The ocean of leaves had accumulated into piles as big as sand dunes. Sweeping was a futile venture at this point. An ominous feeling lingered in the air, perhaps the result of 2 years of abandonment. Cleaning the inside of the building alone would take more than a few days to finish. Not to mention...
本当だり、存在価値が見出せね
え。You got 2 mil using natural AP. You probably used more point Cs than I did, because I had several shop currency MLBs as well on the back line. So that's probably why, because I'm also natural APing it. You found about 2 million, yeah. Yeah, same with you, Golden. I was actually talking about Daryl, but yeah, I saw your message afterwards. So for you guys, you probably didn't roll the gacha too much for the CEs. So you mostly, if not fully, ran point Cs, I'm guessing. I actually got my points MLB today, because I think yesterday, like during the evening, I got a drop, and this morning I got another drop. So I figured, fuck it. If I'm not even running a full team of points, I'm just gonna MLB a copy already.
ばっかじゃねえの。冬休みは短いってのになんでこんなことやらせんだよ、生徒会は。
The misguided youth sent here for the job wasted no time making it clear he wanted no part in the beautification efforts. Damn. He's rocking that how you do fellow kids attire, except that he's an actual kid still. Not sure why he feels the need to dress up like that though. Nice jumpsuit with the backwards cap, dude. Come on, man. Care more for the expedition that gives out 5-star EXP cards. Yeah, it adds up if you're grailing a lot, yeah. I care more about the QP right now, actually, because I am running low. I can't even max as many skills as I want to, because I still want to have always like 500 million plus or something. But I think right now I'm barely at there. I've been using so much lately.
何これもしかして体育の報酬寒中マラソン俺体育だけはサボったことねえんすけどね
Hosuke Kinomi continued to mumble and grumble to himself as he reluctantly swept away at the ground. Meanwhile, Sojiro silently and swiftly continued his sweeping, glaring at Kinomi out of the corner of his eye.
おい何真面目にやってんだよ
Hey, Sakata.
人でいいんだってだいたい40人しかいねえのにこんな山みたいな庭の掃除なんか終わるかってんだ
終わらないことなんてない少しうるさいぞ木の実は
Kinomi went back to idly swinging his broom without even glancing over at Sojiro. Mornings on the mountain were cold. There was no hint of sun in the cloudy sky above. Ash-gray light illuminated the rear courtyard. The sharp cold of mid-winter pierced through everyone's gloves as if they did not exist. A day like this was best spent indoors under the warm blankets, but for some reason they were out here cleaning. The special winter cleaning team. That was the name given to this elite force sent to clean up this dilapidated, overgrown mountain. The other students had put their faith into this team to fulfill this beautification mission, respecting them for their sacrifice. The reality, however, was that this was nothing more than a ragtag dare-losing gang of students needing remedial lessons before their exams. They were the victims of a year-long arm-twisting scheme by the student council. Bro, I can't read today at all. Who in their right mind would come out here to sweep up leaves with a blizzard looming on the horizon? Other than one of the 40 assembled, none of them had any semblance of interest in the task at hand.
おい見ろよしずき赤羽たち向こうで焼き芋とかレトロな真似してやがる
What do you mean? Roasting sweet potatoes? Freaking Japan, dude. That's still good, dude. Dude, I literally I boiled and fried some potatoes this week as well myself.
な2番戦時はいかにも頭悪いしなそうだ俺たちはイカでも焼かねえ
Kinomi did not want to be here to begin with and was constantly trying to break Sojiro into joining him. The cleaning squad was divided into groups. Sojiro and Kinomi were in charge of cleaning behind the gymnasium. Sojiro was the leader of the platoon, Kinomi was the grunt.
ああこことあっちの垣根をきれいにしたら
The grunt grind set.
猫鍋だろうと好きにしようその頃にはちょうどお昼だ
He said as he expertly packed his swept leaves into trash bags. 2 hours had passed since they assembled on this foggy morning at 7 o'clock. While everyone else chatted and laughed as they worked, Sojiro alone had worked in complete silence at the same blistering pace since he started. The sheer amount of work he put in was likely the only thing keeping him from complaining of the cold in his thin jersey.
なあやめようぜ見ろそこの池スケートリンクやっぱ池とにかくそこの池らしきものだってカチカチに凍ってるぐらいなんだぜ
Hey Beetle.
こんな雪原じゃ人体は普通動かねえよ機械伯爵でもなきゃだよそろそろ人間狩りが始まるよなんでいい加減休憩しねせっかく枯葉集めたんだから燃やして温まんないとさどうせ監視役は殿下しかいないんだしさなあ焼きイカやろうぜ焼きイカ
For some reason, Kinomi was droning on about his squid. Sojiro had managed to withstand the barrage of complaints from his comrade, but even he was reaching his limit.
木の実頼むから
Just then, Sojiro saw the Grim Reaper himself creeping behind Kinomi. Uh-oh, it's Tomimaru, uh-oh. In his hands, he held a rake instead of a soft bamboo broom.
いいぜ。お前がイカなんてもんを用意してるほどの大人物だってんなら、慎んでイカ焼きぐらい許可してやるよ。なんなら
He doesn't sound sarcastic at all. Kinomi shot to the attention at the voice behind him.
その物言い、築地なにがし。
Before quickly turning around, swinging his broom in the process. Tobimaru easily blocked the swing with his rake.
ああ、てめえ、やる気十分じゃねえか。溢れる労働意欲を抑えきれないってわけか。
He's about to get demoted, dude.
なんならシベリアコースにでも行っちまうか。
女ども集めて焼却炉に陣取ってる野郎の言葉なんざ聞かねえよ。真冬に南国気分とかマジ寒いわ。
Both boys glared at each other with a wry smile, broom and rake locked in an embrace. These two were only friendly with each other on school grounds.
飛び丸、一応彼は戦力なんだから邪魔しないでくれ。
Both of them scoffed angrily and put away their weapons. They both knew better than to argue with Sojiro, the only one cleaning with a garbage bag in hand.
それで何しに来たんだ飛び丸。君はあったかい焼却炉の前で永遠に火の管理をすると豪語していたんじゃなかったっけ。
A harsh comment. Apparently even Sojiro had a slight taste for drama. So wow, even the even Mr. Student Council member is still slacking off, huh? Okay. Damn, holier than thou over here.
なんてこった。善良な生徒ですら俺をそんな目で見るのか。
He seemed sad at Sojiro's observation, but as long as Tobimaru continued to claim he was helping the girls clean by doing nothing more than standing in front of a pile of burning leaves, Sojiro found it hard to sympathize.
いいから要件を言えよ。殿下と違って俺らは暇じゃねえんだ。
Wow, thanks for the nice comment, Bill.
ああ、そうかよ。
Also, good morning.
宗次郎、そろそろ小休止だ。向こうで温まろうよ。
お、なんだブレイクかよ。話せるじゃん殿下。
ああ、てめえは除外に決まってんだろ。特権は功労者にのみ与えられるもんだ。
So he doesn't get to take a break either?
焼却炉の前に来たけりゃ、それ相応の貢ぎ物を持ってきやがれ。具体的に言うと、リアカー1台分のゴミ袋な。
ひっで生徒会応募。
Kinomi's complaints naturally fell on deaf ears. Tobimaru had been selected to lead the cleaning operation and his word was final. If Kinomi were to continue to push his buttons, he knew he would be on cleaning duty tomorrow and the next day too.
さ、行くぞ。誰の趣味か知らねえが、なぜか汁粉の缶が山ほどあってな。中華まんの一つでもあった方が気が利くってもんなんだがね。おったく、あいつの考えは未だにわかんねえな。
Sojiro reassured Tobimaru by saying that he thought the food would do just fine for everyone.
なんだよ。行かねえのか、宗次郎。
ああ、自分はここに残るよ。旦なら木の実の言うように葉を燃やせばいい。そこに池もある。火の始末なら安心だ。
This was clearly for Kinomi's benefit. Tobimaru furrowed his brow like Kinomi shivered from the cold, or while he shivered.
俺は今友情ってもんを実感している。すげえな。
Character development.
本当にあったんだ。
Is chapter 8 right now suffering?
くそ、待ってろしずき。今赤羽たちから芋を奪ってくる。
Perhaps shy to show his true feelings, Kinomi ran off to the neighboring group.
な、予想はしてたけどな。ほらよ。
Tobimaru pulled out a hot can from his jersey pocket, scratching his head in exacerbation? I have no idea what that word even is. He pulled out 3 in all, 1 from each jersey pocket and 1 from his pants pocket. Why one from his pants? Okay, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. Probably not a good question to ask Sebastian, honestly.
付き合いがいいのはお互い様だな。
Sojiro quickly prepared the leaves for the fire, carefully gathering them up for them to burn neatly.
慣れてる
マッチがあるから楽なんだ。
Nice fire ASMR. He crouched down in front of the burning leaves and warmed his hands near the flames. Even though he showed no signs of being cold, underneath it all, he was cold too. He gazed into the fire as the smoke rose from the pile of leaves, as if remembering the good times from his past. Tobimaru felt a touch of concern as he looked at him. He saw within him homesickness and retrospection. He also saw a dark shadow looming over him, like a stranger in a foreign land without a home.
元気ねえな宗次郎
Well,
まあね。少し疲れて。
well, I just kind of said I kind of didn't want to see the chapter count, but okay, fair enough. I guess no one really listens to what I say.
悩み事なら
Okay,
相談
whatever.
に気が向いたら
Could be worse, I guess. Tobimaru continued to speaking with the pull tab from the cat of sweet red bean soup still around his index finger. Soldier was focused on the fire.
そういえばなお前が学校休んでる時青崎に殴られたぜなんでも俺は大ボラ吹きだそうだ
No, someone in the chat asked, and I said that's probably not the best question to ask. That was my only reaction to it. Implying that I kind of don't want to know, because, you know, it's always cooler if you don't know, you know, because then you can't expect an ending anytime soon.
すごいな。
At any given point. Sometimes Sojiro would reply incoherently like this. Tobimaru chalked it up to cultural differences.
なあ青崎とはどうなってんだテスト前は駅まで一緒に帰ってただろうまくいってんのかあれから
It was obvious to everyone that was far from the case, yet Tobimaru asked anyway.
ああ、今は一緒に住んでるよ。
Dude, that's pretty out of context line right there. We live together now. He went with the truthful, blunt response.
ああそうか一緒と来たか
Pretty normal reaction. Is he gonna fix himself now though? He tried to laugh it off as Sojiro's all too casual confession, however.
一緒に住んでるぞ
I knew there was gonna be this moment. It's a very tropey thing, but you know, it's kind of funny.
どうした飛び丸。火でも飛んだか。
飛んでねえしそれより怖えおい今の聞き捨てならねえたわごとは本当の話か
Hey Hanzi, how you doing? Sojiro protested his reply with silence.
その余裕マジか女に興味なさそうな顔しててやることやってんじゃねえかてめえ
He had always felt that he and Sojiro were on equal match strength-wise, but for some reason he could not shake the feeling that Sojiro was now his superior in the brain department. Ouch. Sojiro cast a rare angry glare in Tobimaru's direction.
こっちこそ聞き捨てならない。
Whoa.
なんだ、その女に興味はないってのは。
He's like, what are you implying, bruh? Come on, man. He seemed genuinely angry and his voice was icy. This uncharacteristic level of anger from him was enough to get Tobimaru to back down.
いや悪いそんな雰囲気あったんだよお前さんはそれけどよ青崎と一緒に住んでるってどういうことだいくらなんでも一足飛びすぎだろ
Yeah, this does seem pretty sus to someone that doesn't know anything that's happened.
別に君が期待しているようなことはない。彼女が
I guess he has a pretty decent explanation.
屋根の裏にある部屋なんだけど、板張りで山小屋を思い出すんで気に。
Seems legit. Tobimaru did not bat an eyelid at hearing that Sojiro now lived in an attic and continued his questioning.
屋敷ってあの久遠寺の屋敷か。それこそまさかだぜ。宗十郎、お前一体どん
What
な
kind of
手品を使いやがっ
wizard?
て
Funny.
飛び丸こそあの家を知ってるのか？
そりゃな。これでも月次家期待の跡取り候補だぜ、俺は。久遠寺グループのご令嬢が住んでる屋敷ぐらいは知ってるさ。霊園女学院の2年生だろ確か。
久遠寺何？
Nice acting, bro. He was looking for more confused than ever, so Tobimaru reluctantly explained everything as simply as he could so he could understand.
久遠寺グループつうか財団だな。平たく言えば一族全部がお金持ちで仲良く会社を経営してる連中だと思えばいい。複合企業とまではいかないが
Bro,
輸出業じゃ
my brain is so stupid. He said they're a big deal in the exports industry. My brain immediately read that as they're a big deal in the esports industry. Oh my god, I was like, what? Holy shit, dude. Okay.
ホームグラウンドは国外で
Like the Speedwagon Foundation. I guess it's probably similar,
一
yeah.
時期は沈みかけてたんだが
Yeah, that 80s gaming esports. They're like playing their arcade Pac-Mans or whatever.
ご存知の通りだ。
They have a Pac-Man team.
会長が息子に移ってからはきちんと持ち直して今や町の名士だろ。ここでも久遠寺の名前はそこかしこで目に入る。この学校の立て直し予算の半分は連中からだしな。
Despite the oversimplified explanation, Sojiro still seemed to not be getting it. With that, Tobimaru decided to give up on trying to explain.
あれだ。想像も
Yeah, that's the bottom line. That's the takeaway from this.
その字が
You
働
got
い
a
てる
drop?
喫茶店
Wow.
だって
Me talking about it just like 10, 15 minutes ago must have blessed you as well.
今じゃ全国チェーンになっ
Congrats,
ちまった
man.
からな。
つまりすごく偉いんだね。おかしいな。ならなん
What were the CE effects of again? I forgot. From what I remember, it was a pretty decent CE. He mumbled incoherently to himself. Tobimaru looked at him with a complex expression on his face, somewhere between envy and heartfelt sympathy.
しかしうまいことやったな宗十郎。それで本当のところはどうなんだ。男と女が同じ
Oh, it was split stats. Maybe the effect was really good then. Because I remember it being like, alright. Or maybe I'm thinking of JP right now.
案外古いな、飛び丸は。
抜かせ。そのあたりをごまかしてたら男なんぞやってらんね
そりゃごもっとも。実を言うと、
Though Sojiro and Alko were living together, there was absolutely no chemistry between them. Though that was not to say that living in such close quarters as they did, unintended mishaps did not occur from time to time. But even still,
驚くぐらいそういうことにはなってない。あの屋敷すごく広いし。
yeah, it is. Everyone was often busy with their own affairs, so there was no opportunity for that sort of thing to happen.
そもそもだな。もし飛び丸だったら、下宿先が同じってことだけで青崎に言い寄る気になるかい？
Yeah, unintended mishaps. There's a way to phrase that. We usually like talk about the effects on MLB wise, Kaiser, but I assume it's like 5% each then on MLB. So what other effects does it have? Starting gauge and one more effect, I assume?
え。いやならねえなそりゃ。
Tobimaru nodded intently as if he was thinking back over his many ex-relationships.
いや健全だな。
Oh, sure, hits and 8%. Okay. Honestly, maybe it's not that. It doesn't sound that great then. I was probably thinking of some other CE.
ああ、健全だろ。
Sojiro gave no more than a quick affirmation to Tobimaru's despondent murmur. He was doing fine, but besides his physical health, it was surely Sojiro's personality that enabled him to maintain any semblance of peace, dealing with both with Alco and Alice while living in that Bajwada. It's not split stats? Okay, then it's decent. Okay. Sure. You're looking at Hime's boobs in it? Pretty funny because we have Robin in this now.
でも、それとは
Funny
別の話
timing.
で青崎には頭が上がらないんだ。彼女にはもう返せない借りがあってさ。
His eyes turned slightly serious as he stared into the fire. Tobimaru felt that there was more to those words than what he was letting on.
もう返せない借りだ。
He merely nodded in silence at Tobimaru's inquisitive acknowledgement. And just then, a strange scream pierced through the still silence of the wood like a knife.
なんか聞こえた
What?
な。
ああ、木の実だ。
Oh, okay. So nothing serious. God damn it, dude. He had already stood up before he responded. He bolted to the frozen pond, broke the ice with his broom, scooped up some of the frigid water in a bucket and threw it on the fire, and all in less than 10 seconds. Then he immediately ran off into the depths of the woods, from where he heard the scream. Tobimaru followed after him in panicked confusion.
飛び丸、この先に何かあるのか？
確か旧校舎が残ってるはずだ。
他には野犬の住処とかそういう嫌な話は？
はあ？いや、いるとしても鹿かウサギじゃねえか。
なら怖がることもないか。急ごう、飛び丸。
Perhaps because of his time spent growing in the mountains, Sojiro quickly sprinted over the slippery dead leaves. Tobimaru was not particularly cautious himself, but nevertheless, he could not keep up with Sojiro in here. Before long, Sojiro found himself running alone. When foliage blocked the natural trail, he would sometimes clear it away by brute force, but just as often, he would expertly weave through the brush. It was clear that he was used to dealing with this level of nature. Oh, it's the old school building, I assume. After a few minutes, he arrived at a clearing. The wall of the trees had ended. It was an obviously man-made clearing here on the mountainside. In the distance was what looked like an old wooden school building. It was a small, aesthetically pleasing building, no larger than an elementary school, lost in the depths of the winter wilderness.
Kinomi!
Kinomi stood alone on the old school's grounds.
なんでしずきまで追いかけてきたん？
Why was he screaming, bruh? A sour expression came over Sojiro's face as Kinomi tilted his head in confusion.
そっちこそどうしたんだ？変な声上げて。
声？いや、そりゃガキ相手に怒鳴ったけどよ。ほら、あのガキだよ。芋持ってるだろ。で、中に逃げ込みやがった。
Some kind of potato boy? He pointed resentfully toward the old school building. There was indeed somebody standing at the entrance to the building just over 300 feet in the distance.
たく、こんな上まで来やがって。いつから子供の遊び場になってんだ、ここ。
He shrugged his shoulders to signal how little he cared what the young children did with their time. This place was deep in the woods, but it was not particularly dangerous. Sojiro had run through the wood to get here, but there was also a paved road leading to this spot from outside the woods too. Kinomi apparently followed that road to get here.
子供？
He squinted.
ああ、金髪なんでさっきはちょっと驚いたけどな。外国人の子供ってなんか
Blonde hair kid. Nani? It was indeed quite rare to see a foreigner in a provincial town such as Misaki. Soldier had never even seen a foreigner in person, which made the whole thing even more mysterious.
それで、木の実はなんでここまで？
いや、赤羽たちがよ、ガキに食料を奪われたって言うからここまで追い
Stealing
かけてきたんだ。
food.
そういうことだから、二人がかりであのお子様とっちめようぜ。
怖いことを考えるな、木の実は。
He could not find it in him to agree with his plan. It seemed unfair to team up against a little kid.
いいから帰ろう。あの子こっちを睨んでるじゃないか。それに飛び丸にこんなところ見られたら、冬休み中ずっと山の掃除で終わることになるぞ。
He took Kinomi by the shoulders and began leading him back to the path he came from. Kinomi cast one last gaze at the school building, carefully, or reluctantly, before following. Just then, Tobimaru appeared, panting and out of breath.
早いな、宗十郎。
He could hardly catch his breath. Wait, he also didn't call him Sonoji. Well, that's rare. He arrived about 3 minutes behind him, despite having a good set of legs on him.
それでどうした？木の実、無事か？
はあ？無事も何も殿下こそどったん。
Kinomi seemed perplexed at Tobimaru's first ever display of concern for him.
なんだそりゃ。てめえ、あれだけの大声を上げておいて、しらばっくれる気か？上で何かあったんだろうが。
すまない。こっちの早とちりだった。飛び丸は知らないだろうけど、木の実は時々、バイト先でも規制を上げる癖があるんだ。
He just randomly screams. It's just a character thing. Kinomi looked disapproving as Sojiro nonchalantly shared this insight. This was the first time he had ever heard of it.
怪しいな。またよからぬことでも企んでるんじゃねえか、そこの。
ないよ。戻って掃除の続きをするぞ、飛び丸。
He pat Tobimaru on the shoulder a couple of times and started walking. Tobimaru cast a doubtful glare in his direction as he meandered off. He had a feeling that Sojiro was covering for Kinomi somehow.
まさか、旧校舎に火なんてつけてないだろうな。
That would be pretty extreme.
誰もしないよ、そんなことは。
He kept walking and did not even look back at Tobimaru as he spoke. Tobimaru and Kinomi tilted their heads in confusion as they reluctantly followed the unusually aggressive Sojiro back to their cleaning spot. And so, the special winter cleaning team's activities ended uneventfully. Damn, so we didn't get to go to the old building. Okay. Unless it was skipped and then later shown. The time was 3 in the afternoon. Upon departing, Kinomi and his crew invited Sojiro to come hang out with them, but he declined politely due to his job that evening. Gotta make that money. He had about 2 hours until his shift began. Not quite enough time to do anything fun, but just enough time to have to fill it with something. He thought about relaxing in a park somewhere, but quickly changed his mind after remembering how cold it was, even in the city. Not to forget that Aoko handed him those pills in the morning. She was absolutely correct in her prediction. Heading back to the mansion now would be a waste of time. There was no reason for him to return to the mansion until after his shift at work. Still, he found himself on the way back anyway. Having grown up deep in the mountains, a little 2-hour walk was really no sweat off his back. Misaki was one of the more quiet residential areas in the city. The only thing that really stood out here was Shiro Inuzuka. It was a hill that led directly into the woods. The silhouette of the mountains served as a backdrop to suburbia, silently overshadowing the small human actions of the people who lived there. Even in this modern day of technological progress, the people were always careful to pay reverence to the nature around them. If that mansion were a shrine, it would not be a haunted house, but a famous tourist attraction.
というより、今更気づいたけど。
The houses around Shiro Inuzuka were all magnificent. Sojiro had understood as he looked from the bottom of this hill, where the rest of the town lived at the roof of the mansion, tucked away in the woods. He understood what Tobimaru was talking about how the Kuonji family who owned the mansion might be the richest people in town.
その割に家賃を取るところを見ると、やっぱり
No, he's starting to finally realize that the rent thing is pretty mean. Like, they definitely don't need it, right? Okay, poor guy. He's aware. He began walking toward the mansion with such thoughts simmering in his mind. The feeling of the hard asphalt beneath his feet instead of soft dirt felt lonely and isolating. He walked along the paved road for 10 minutes or so before reaching the iron fence of the wood. Beyond this fence was the private property of the Kuonji family. It was bereft of any awkward no trespassing signs. The tall, overbearing iron fence was more than enough to remind visitors that they were unwelcome there. Yeah. He gets a good lesson about, rent. He casually pushed on the iron gate. Only 2 days had passed since the end of the final exams, and he already seemed more than comfortable with the idea of entering this wood alone. The path to the mansion from inside the wood curved and bent like a snake. It took about 15 minutes to reach the mansion on this path. He could have chosen to ignore the long incline and travel in a straight line through the wood, but he would have expended significantly more energy in doing so. No, using the wooded path was the sensible option, barring an emergency. Upon entering the foyer, he heard a conversation coming from the drawing room. It was no doubt Aoko and Alice. He decided to join them. Ever since final exams had ended, Aoko and Alice had switched from their daily routine to a more irregular schedule. Aoko would disappear into Alice's room in the west wing of the mansion for a while, where she would remain. And Alice would go into Aoko's room, not to be seen again. Well, this is pretty sus. Or they would vanish into the corridors leading around to the rear of the mansion, doing who knows what, where he was most certainly not allowed to enter. Not that he was interested in what they were doing, since Aoko and Alice did not seem to want to include him either, serving both parties nicely. For the time being, the estate was pretty peaceful.
Tadaima.
He quietly opened the door to the drawing room. Even though they tried not to be involved in each other's business, he made it a habit to greet them. The two girls sat across from him on the sofa. On the table in front of them was a large, extravagantly decorated mirror. Aoko was dressed for comfort, wearing jeans instead of her usual skirt. In stark contrast, Alice was dressed in her usual all black. Even though the break from school was well underway, the witch still insisted on wearing black. Yeah, I never do that. At least today I have a red shirt. As Aoko had explained, it was probably because it was too much effort for Alice to wear anything else. Sojiro's thought was that he would like to see her wear something different. Aoko and Alice seemed to be in the middle of some sort of dispute. The air in the drawing room was tense. They both ignored his greeting. Alice only briefly looked up at him.
じゃあ、東川の視点は？あそこの柱は白色だし、そう簡単には奪われないでしょ？
They're scheming something, alright?
ええ。今のところ東川は侵食されていないけど、一つ隣の鈴穂の視点が消された以上、楽観はできないわ。残り。
そっか。一個釣れれば、あとは芋づる式だもんね。反省したわ。甘く見てたのはこっちの方だった。ここからは、1週間単位の攻防になるわね。
Sounds bad. The two continued their heated discussion from opposite sides of the table. Aoko neglected to even glance up at Soljuro. He sensed that she wanted to concentrate on the discussion at hand.
でも消せないな。あの夜に人形を出してくるタイミングといい、隠し方だけは一級品なうちの視点を短期間で特定することといい、こいつ、まず間違いなく市内にアジトを敷いてるわよね。
Hideout in the city.
なのに、なんで結界に異常がないんだろう。
Dude, I need to like oil my mic stand or something. It keeps like making creaky noises when I move it. Ooh. Aoko bit her nails nervously while Alice nodded along. It seemed as though she was wondering the same thing.
母も、ここの結界には触れなかった。 美咲の結界をかいくぐるには、あなたのおじいさんか、それ以上の技量を持つ魔術師でないと難しい。けど、それほどの魔術師なら逆に、気配は隠しきれない。何か特殊な音響法かもしれないわね。ここ数年、新しいサークルの話は聞かないけど。
何？シャーウッドの森？メイキングなら以前、アリスの霧が粉砕したじゃない。あれ以上の音響があるっていうの？
Fucking Robin Hood over here. Damn, all the references.
例えばの話よ。今回の相手は、こちら以上の技量を持っているか、こちらの知らない技術を持っているか。どちらにせよ、評価を改めるべきね。私たち、気づかないうちに追い詰められているのかも。
The two fell silent. Soldier, after some internal deliberation, decided to break the silence.
や、ただいま。
He says the same thing. He's like, hey. Alco finally looked up at him in response to his hesitant declaration.
いいからお風呂に入ってきたら。汚れてるわよ、宗十郎。
Bruh. He's like, you smell like shit. Go clean yourself. And with that, Alco returned her gaze to the mirror. Alice briefly looked up at him again before also returning her gaze to the mirror. Perhaps feeling at least somewhat satisfied that his greeting was acknowledged, Soljuro left the drawing room and closed the door behind him. Alco was right, his clothes were a little soiled.
そうだな。もったいないけど、確かに。
He returned to his room, thinking that a bath might actually feel pretty nice in this cold weather.
Doesn't mean that it should be. If ice is dry and water is what that means, I can draw my laundry using my freezer.
Wait, what? Well, if anything, that's just based on how things are named, not how science works, but yeah, fair enough. Anyway, despite not really having broken a sweat at all during the day, he climbed the stairs from the foyer and up to the second flight of the attic, into the attic. That reminds me of some of there used to be like, you guys know like the troll face stuffs and like Rage comics. There used to be a subgenre of it called, I think it was called troll science. There was like really stupid, like impossible things that could never work in real life, but you know, they were like, you know, funny pictures. Like for instance, there was like, you know, you have an extension cord, right? That has a bunch of sockets. One of them was like plug the cord of the extension cord into its own socket, and it was like, behold, infinite power, because it like it would just keep the electricity inside it, you know, generate. So that's like a classic example of troll science, you know, something that never works or would never work in real life, but it looks funny. So stuff like that. I remember browsing a lot of those during you know, lectures in vocational school, aka, you know, high school equivalent. Back when those memes were like exploding in popularity, you know, Advice Animals, Rage comics, like the early 2010s, basically. They were like super popular. Nowadays, they're just a relic of the past. If anything, you hardly ever see them. You do see the troll face though sometimes still, like we even have the emote and whatnot. But like the memes, the comics and everything, they're all like done and dusted now. Funny nostalgia though. I think there was a website that was called like Troll Science or something that only featured comics like that were absolutely stupid but funny. Unlike the other rooms in the mansion, this one had no frills to its decor. It was a little cumbersome to use as a living space, but comfortable enough for ya boy. Elsewhere in the mansion was a little too gaudy for his tastes. As far as shelter and a place to sleep went, he was more than satisfied with his accommodations. There was no electricity in the attic. The only light was that which crept in from the small skylight. Not that he minded, he was more accustomed to living without electricity than living with it. With only the faint winter light to guide him, he readied a change of clothes and a towel before heading down to the foyer. Despite the magnificent size of the mansion, there was only one bath in the whole building, and not a particularly large one at that. Whoever the architect was, he or she must have not thought a bath to be so important, or perhaps they were not the bath type. He descended to the foyer and made his way to the back of the stairs. He knocked on the door to the bath. As expected, there was no answer from the other side. The only two occupants of the mansion were still talking in the drawing room. After confirming it was unoccupied, he quietly entered the bathroom. Time for a dong show. Even though he was not aware of it himself, as was common for him, the only hobby he had acquired since coming down from the mountain was taking a nice, relaxing bath. He had left, but the two girls were still locked in their heated discussion. Needless to say, the topic of their conversation was still that of the outsider mage who had appeared in Misaki City last month. Hey Castro, how you doing? This was, after all, the problem that had occupied their time before this whole situation with him arose, dealing with and eliminating the interloper who had set his or her sights on their territory.
今まではおとりにばっかり食いついてたから甘く見てたけど、それも計算づくだったのかしらね。こっちが油断してる隙に本命を一つ奪われた。この相手との戦いはこれからが本番ってことか。
The situation was growing more dire by the day. Until only a couple of days ago, the enemy had limited themselves to small skirmishes, but now they had shifted to a full-on offensive. Aoko had two major bounded fields she used for defense. One, the larger of the two, was placed around Misaki City to detect magical energy and magecraft. This was used to observe and monitor visitors from outside the city, and was initially set up by Aozaki's ancestors, the administrators of this territory, and had no way to be removed. You almost rolled for Tametomo? Well, if you want him, go for it, dude. The other was set up to energize and manage ley lines from within the territory. The 5 sigils carved into the earth made up a standard square-type array, protecting all that lay within its bounds. After some manipulation of the mana flow, the power within was directed to accumulate at the Kuonji estate. That is to say, the bounded field existed to monopolize the magical energy within Misaki City. There were 5 sigils in total, with the estate located in the center. If all 5 sigils were forcibly removed, Aoko's jurisdiction over this territory would be in title only. Without the power of the land to back them up, they would be forced to fight back against their invaders on equal ground, with only their own innate abilities to protect them. The only reason Alice and the inexperienced Aoko were able to defend this territory so far was because of these 2 fields. The dragnet that notified Aozaki of any threats was also her lifeline. But this time their enemy had somehow slipped through the cracks and was running rampant. This was what the girls had to face up to.
どちらにせよ時間の問題ね。視点が全て潰されたら、いよいよここでの籠城になるけど。いいの？青子。
ん？別にいいんじゃないの？アリスの言う通り、残りの視点を消されるのは時間の問題なんだし。そりゃ敵のアジトを発見できれば御の字だけど、それは絶対必要ってわけでもないでしょ？視点。何より、館の守りはあんたがいる限り万全だしね。あっちの方からやってきてくれるなら、それこそ飛んで火にいるよ。他に心配事なんてないでしょ？
そうね。敵が一人だけなら、その時は鏡の範囲をここに集中させて戦場にすればいい。私たちにとってその方が有利だったわ。
Alice touched the mirror on the table with her pale fingers. The surface of the mirror rippled like water. The mirror was another protector of Misaki City, separate from Aozaki's bounded fields. More accurately, it was a ploy that existed only to protect Alice rather than the city itself. It generated a thick fog and acted as an invitation to any visitors, drawing them to its board game-like world. Well, Alice referred to it only as the mirror, but it was known to her friends as the Mirror of Slumber. This was a magecraft that Alice wielded. Within the rippling surface of the mirror, an image of a castle began to form, and also a lush forest, a field, and a river. Alko stared at the mirror in silence, before suddenly jumping to her feet off the sofa.
そうと決まれば、あとは行動あるのみね。出かけるわよ、アリス。とにかく現場を見ないことには始まらない。
Alice let out a tired sigh in response to Alko's determination, then gave the mirror a gentle caress. The sound of dripping water filled the room. The mirror began to consume the table in a thick fog with a single caress from her.
順番に回るのなら帰るのは朝になるわね。
Oh, they're heading out, huh?
まあまあ、そう億劫がらないで。ところでアリス、火の五芒星の退去ってこうだっけ？
Alko traced a shape in the air with her fingers. She mimed a star shape starting from the top, moving down and to the right, and then to the upper left and so on.
そろそろ壊すこと以外も覚えないとダメよ、青子。
Alice sat up from the sofa, letting out a heavy sigh. They both took their coats from their hangers and left the drawing room.
失礼ね。私だって日々成長してるわよ。
Damn.
この間のおまじないだってちゃんと成功したんだから。
おまじない？
簡単な暗示の呪文。ほら、アリスが教えてくれた軽く弱く、うまく早く、チクタクチクタク、急げや急げってやつ。
それ、本当？
Are you for real?
ほんともほんと。後で総重量に聞いてみなさい。
Alice swallowed her words, clearly displeased. She likely stopped herself in time to realize it was not worth the effort to take issue with it.
けど、留守中、その彼はどうするの？
大丈夫でしょう。アリスの西館と開かずの間に入らなきゃ即死するようなことは。
They can just let him jerk off all day. Alko responded hastily as she opened the door to the foyer. As soon as she did, just as quickly as Alice's doubts had gotten stuck in her throat, Alko suddenly froze, unable to speak. Oh. Hello. Oh my. Oh my. For a moment, Alko wasn't sure who was standing before her. I guess they've never seen the goods before. I mean, I don't think I have either, at least in this game. I mean, I have seen an FGO, but yeah. She could only stare at the glinting rays of sunlight creeping into the room as she reeled from the shock. Her mind was completely blank. It was as if she had just woken up from a nap, or a jack-in-the-box had just opened in her face. Sojuro was probably the only person who truly knew how long that dumbfounded silence went on.
あんた、こんなところで何してるのよ、一体。
Alko had finally found her voice.
何って着替えてるんだけど。
Well, look at that, dude. Damn. So, he's got some scars on his arm too, huh? Wow. Damn. Okay. He must have a really low body fat percentage. The best scene in the game. Yeah. There you go. That's it. We peaked. GG. His response was matter of fact. He offered no explanation as to why he was changing in the foyer and not the bathroom. Refuses to elaborate. Alko was too shocked to read him the riot act. Soldier was putting a shirt on after presumably just getting out from the bath. His neck was wrapped in bandages and he was completely shirtless. His hair was wet, but his skin wasn't glistening from the steam of hot water. He must have washed himself with nothing more than cold water. Though shocked as to why anyone would do such a thing in this cold weather, she let it slide. The source of her silent stupor was simply his body. Until now, she'd only seen him as harmless. Without clothing to hide him, however, he was more fit than she'd ever imagined. For a rough mountain upbringing where one's body and strength meant survival, perhaps he was even a bit underdeveloped. And on top of that...
それ、傷跡なの?
Inspecting. She asked cautiously. He followed her gaze. He had something that looked like a burn scar on his arm. It was random in appearance, nothing like her magic crest with its ordered patterns.
ああ、これか。ずいぶん前に野犬の群れに
Oh, they're bite marks.
噛みつかれたんだ。命があっただけでも幸運だから。
Wow.
傷跡ぐらいはご愛嬌だ。
Dog biting. Or dogs. A long time ago, he must be talking about when he was a child. Though his life was saved, it was apparent that he hadn't been able to receive proper treatment deep in the mountains where he lived. Those scars were proof of that. Considering it had happened so many years ago, it was likely they would never fade. If only for an instant, Aoko thought the wild scars left on his skin suited his lean body perfectly.
確かに、あまり気持ちのいいものじゃないな。自分の部屋で着替えるべきだった。
He sounded slightly ashamed as he put on his shirt, looking at Aoko standing there in cold silence. The two girls had no response. He headed for the stairs to go back to his room.
ちょっと待って、宗十郎。
He stopped and turned around.
なんていうか。
Oh, what's this gonna be? I would laugh so hard if in English she would say, "Nice subadi," and with a thumbs up or something.
なんか青崎らしくない。さっきから変だけど、熱でもあるんじゃないのか？あれから満足に寝てないだろう、二人とも。
He was of course referring to the final exams. From his perspective, the amount of work Aoko put in seemed strange.
熱なんてないったら。
Yeah, it's called being a tsun. It's not a sickness, it's a thing.
そうじゃなくて、どうしてこんなところで着替えてたのよ、あんたは。
She was doing her best to keep up appearances, but for some reason he was hesitant to say too much more.
それは言いづらいんだが、下着の管理はきちんとした方がいいと思う。
Wait,
どっちだ
what?
かは知らないけど。
What? Were there underwear still left there in the changing room or something? Uh-oh. Alice, who had been completely silent behind Aoko, couldn't resist responding to that statement. Although she hadn't wanted to get involved, this was something she couldn't ignore.
言っておくけど、それは青子だから。
Oh, snitching! I love this face with that. It's like it's so out of character, but it's pretty funny. Like, yep, it was definitely her, not me. Fucking immediately gets thrown under the bus. I mean, to be honest, they're only kind of friends, you know, because they have to be. They're actually not like super close friends, so maybe it's fine. Maybe it's not that surprising. Okay. Her response was quick and to the point.
洗濯の当番は確かに私だったけど。
Oh, doesn't deny it. She seemed like she was just holding back on going critical.
とにかく、もうすぐアルバイトだから着替えてくる。
Yeah, probably have to defuse this situation. Sensing that those two were probably about to get into an argument, he took his chance to leave. He's like, yeah, I don't want any part of this. Enjoy. And with that, he briskly left the scene.
アリス。
Uh-oh.
とりあえず、
Oh, she's about to bounce too. She calmly walked into the bathroom. A few minutes later, Just as the two were about to head out and fulfill their duties as mages, Aoko remembered something she wanted to ask.
そうだアリス、傷ってあれのこと？
Back to serious mode. Ooh.
あれは傷跡じゃないわ。だってあんなにも誇らしいもの。
They're thinking it could be something else. Interesting. Aoko agreed. What had impressed her the most about those scars was how he treated them simply as a part of his past, absent of any regret. Aoko wouldn't have gone so far as to say he was proud, but it seemed her instincts had been more correct. Or just correct. That and one more thing.
でも一つだけはっきりしたわ。それじゃあ、不覚にも見惚れてたのは私一人じゃなかったってことよね、アリス。
Oh, okay. So first of all, she admits she liked what she saw, but then she's like, "You liked it too." Oh, shit. Wow. Let's see the response. Surely she won't deny it. Aoko smiled wryly at Alice like a child who knew they were doing something they shouldn't with their friend. Alice was trying to ignore her as best as she could. She looked away without saying a word. Aoko let out a satisfied snicker and began walking toward the front door.
じゃ、行こうか。ま
Damn.
ずはあの公園からでいいでしょ。
I mean, it's an obvious yes,
あ
right?
そこから全てが始まったわけだし。
Okay. She says she was talking about the local park in Misaki. The place where they had run into the enemy puppets and of course where their involvement with Sojiro had all begun. Back to that place, huh? Wow. Early the next morning, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Most people were still in their beds sleeping. Although some 24-hour convenience stores had opened last year, Misaki Town was still very much living in the good old days of the early 80s. Even the tofu shop in the shopping district, known for opening earlier than anywhere else, didn't open until 6. But I give Stone Ocean S tier out of 6 parts. I liked it overall. The middle part was pretty bad. Well, not bad, but not great. But I like the start and the final part a lot. So overall, I still think it's a great part. But this was the late 80s, during the latter half of Japan's bubble economy. It was a time when metropolitan areas never slept. Those in the countryside, however, remained in the past. The homes were blanketed in silence. The streets were empty of commuters, and not a single automobile could be heard. The sun was just barely peeking over the horizon. The town would still be asleep for at least an hour longer before it began waking up. It was during this time that someone stepped onto the estate. Sojiro was working the late shift during winter vacation and had just come home. He moved quietly through the drawing room so he wouldn't wake up Aoko and Alice, who were presumably still asleep. The estate had a few established rules. One of those rules forbade more Japanese tea. This new rule had only come into effect 3 days prior. Surely nothing to do with our new tea master. It was proposed after Alice saw Sojiro drinking green tea in the kitchen after dinner one night. It's like immediately, bad! Get that shit out of here. To be honest, I didn't like it either. I tried, I think it's Oi Ocha, one of the most like common brands of like bottled tea in Japan. I tried it, the classic one, the fucking green bottle. It tasted like mold. I don't know how they fucking drink that so much. It literally tastes like you just take a piece of earth and shove it in your mouth. Like, what the fuck, dude? How do people drink that shit? So I agreed to this ban. Oh, this is her reaction to that, okay. Look at her face. She's like, excuse me? What are you drinking? That look of hostility, though. Okay. Looking back on it, the decision had been made rather abruptly. That single gasp of surprise was all she said. She grasped her head as if she had battling the most vicious of migraines, called for Aoko, and then made the decision to ban all Japanese teas from this bad shit. Okay. By some miracle, Aoko managed to negotiate and keep Sojiro's privileges to barley tea during the summer.
だいたいイギリス産だって初めはグリーンティーが主流だったじゃない。
Aoko had clearly hit a nerve with this argument. She stared at Alice, fairly certain why she was so taken aback by Sojiro's actions.
そこまで嫌がらなくてもな。お茶は何だって美味しいのに。
Now look at him, he's like, whatever, it's all tea, dude, it's good. He grumbled to himself while sipping his hot green tea. He didn't realize that Alice was upset because he had poured his green tea into a teacup meant for black tea. In his defense, this was the only teacup that Alice had given him permission to use. At any rate, the early morning was his to enjoy. This was his moment to relax with the Japanese tea set he'd smuggled in. He didn't use this time to read books or TV. He just drank his tea and gazed fondly at the garden, or rather the dense woods outside. So he still smuggles it in anyway. He doesn't care about bans. He simply sat, relaxed, and let his mind wander. About an hour passed. Just as he was beginning to feel refreshed, he heard sounds coming from the foyer. He knew it was Aoko and Alice talking, so he rushed to hide his teacup, teapot, and the tea leaves in the kitchen. Hiding the contraband was easy enough, considering just how many unused shelves there were in the kitchen. He was perturbed by how they washed the potential of such a splendid kitchen. Or wasted, rather.
あら、早いのね、宗十郎。
Aoko spoke as she took off her white down jacket. Next to her, Alice silently took off her black coat.
いや、今帰ってきたんだ。天城浜の食品工場に深夜のパートで入ることになって。その帰り。
He got another job? How many jobs does this guy even have? Frickin' hell, dude. Does he do anything else besides go to school and work? He struck his head out from the kitchen and gestured that he was about to put on some water to boil. Alice tilted her head slightly at him. It wasn't that she thought his gesturing was funny or anything like that.
天城浜から
Sus. She glanced up at the clock in the drawing room and her expression darkened.
どうしたの、アリス。
Aoko asked this from her comfortable seat on the sofa.
別に
Alice responded indifferently before finally sitting down as well.
宗十郎、砂糖は一杯だけだからね。
She yelled matter of course request into the kitchen. He didn't respond, but it was an affirmative silence. This was the result of 2 entire nights worth of cramming that Alice knew nothing about.
アリスは？
私はミルクだけでいいけど
She responded out of obligation.
了解、ミルクティーだね。
For some reason, he dutifully answered her request.
ま、いいけど、いちいち突っ込んでたらキリがないし。それより珍しい
She can
じゃない。
smell it, yeah,
アリ
maybe.
スがティーバッグのお茶飲むなんて。
今日は疲れたからたまには
It seems she had allowed herself to accept another kindness, at least for today.
ま、いいか。それより宗十郎。あんた、さっきお菓子のこと言わなかった？
え？別に言ってないぞ、そんなこと。
そうならいいんだけど。
Scary. The two were conversing over a distance of 4 yards. Alice decided to add her opinion to the conversation.
しずきくんがおかしなことを言わない日はないと思うわ私
Her quiet tone was luckily just low enough that he couldn't hear her from the kitchen.
そりゃそうだけど、今ちょっと変だったでしょ？
Well, sus. Oh shit.
Hey, just subbed so I could watch this section in full. Hope you're having fun with Mahoyo and plan on continuing.
Hey, that's fair. Hey, dude, thank you so much, Armads, for the 2 months. Very nice of you to do that resub, even if it's just to see these, I guess. I mean, these will get uploaded eventually to the VODs channel as well. But I guess you want to get to it immediately, huh? Yeah, dude, it's It's a nice game. I mean, at this point, I am committed to doing the full thing. That's why I have been streaming this basically many weeks in a row now. I think there was like 1 week of break at some point because of a cancelled stream, but besides that, I think I've been doing this like many weeks in a row now. So yeah, I probably will continue doing it weekly as well until I'm done, unless some week happens to be like insanely packed with like other content. But yeah, whenever I can fit this in, I'm gonna try to, because I do wanna complete it. Anyway, welcome back to the Go Gang, my dude. Thank you so much.
いや、何が引っかかったのかまではわからないんだけどさ。
そうね。会話自体は
This music is so like I don't know what to call it. It sounds like something that would play in like a beach level in a video game. Starlight 2.32 or soon. Was it next week or something? I forgot. Alco became gradually more irritated as she failed to grasp what had been odd about the conversation. Just then, Soldier appeared holding a tray with a teacup for each of them.
何を話してるんだ？単に新しいアルバイトを始めただけだろ。
Yeah. Is that when we get the epilogue to the Pinaconi story as well, or is that later? He put the cups down on the black table without making even the slightest sound. Alice couldn't complain about how proper his job as a writer had made him. Wait, was that writer or waiter? I think it was waiter, right? Oh, waiter, my bad. That makes more sense. Like, why would it be writer? While she didn't say anything out loud, she did nod in his direction to show some gratitude. Aoko, however...
天城浜だっけ？あそこってスタジアムがあるところでしょ？ツアーの会場になるから時々行くけど。
It is the epilogue, okay. I might give it like a week or so again, like usual, before I start streaming it. Because I'm not in a hurry, and, you know, I'd rather people that care actually finish it by themselves first. Because I'm probably not going to even roll for Firefly. At least I don't have plans, but obviously I can always change my mind. But yeah, I'm never really in like a too big of a hurry to do that stuff. I am interested in Jade, though, of course. But she's not in the first half, right? The student council press, a supposed model student, loved rock bands. Ooh, based. She was secretly obsessed with a number of bands and used to travel way out of town just to see them perform live when she was in middle school. Hail to the yeah. Dude, I went to see... I still remember, I went to see Iron Maiden as well when... It was just before my vocational school began. Like, you know, okay, again, high school level. So it was between that and middle school. Like... It was like the last week of my summer break before that. I remember, in fact, it may have been so close, because it was like a Sunday, I think, when I went to the tour, the gig, if you will. And I think it was either the next day, that Monday, or the Tuesday, when my vocational school began. So it was pretty hectic. I was like super tired if it was the next day, but yeah, still made it work. Very cool. You're forced to rush Tonkai's story because otherwise you just get spoiled everywhere. Yeah, it's hard to not get spoiled. I somehow avoid pretty much all this stuff because I don't really read anything about the game. So I can kind of, you know, easily get by. Maiden Live must be really cool. Yeah, they're one of the best live bands of all time. I haven't seen them ever since because I've only seen them one time because I never really go to gigs. I should go to more because lives are awesome. But yeah. That was back in 2010 where they were still... Nowadays, I've seen some lives from YouTube. They're obviously getting very old, so their performances are like whatever. But that was 14 years ago, almost. So that was still very solid. It was a great performance. You got a mosh pit? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Of course. It was my first time ever going to a metal concert as a metalhead. Like a young metalhead. Of course I went into the pit. Dude, I literally headbanged and, you know, devil horned so freaking hard. I was so sore the next day. You have no idea. But it was so worth it, dude. Like, the whole fucking set, I was just going... like, dude. And I was singing along to every song because I was like the biggest Maiden fan ever. They're still my favorite band of all time, even if I don't listen to them too much anymore. But I knew the lyrics to every fucking song, even the songs that were not on the set list, and even their not popular songs. I knew every song in and out. And by that point, they had like 14 or 15 studio albums worth of songs. Like, you have no idea how obsessed I was with Maiden. So, yeah, I was going crazy. It was amazing, though. Anyway, I shouldn't derail too much here. This just reminded me of that, funnily enough.
Finally, I got you live. It's been years, Rotten.
Yeah, speaking of live, hey,
107
Rotten,
Bob.
thank you for the 8 months, and a big welcome back to the Gal Gang. It's been years, has it? Oh, wow. Well, hey, nice to have you on the stream again, though. How you doing, then? Oh, you should, Frix, if you like the genre, for sure. It's a really good experience. Of course, this was a world that Sojiro was far from familiar with. Can't relate, as I was just saying.
それよりまた新しいバイト始めたんだ。そんなに働いてどうする気なのよ、宗十郎は。
ああ、よく聞いてくれたね。
Oh yeah, I can show you this as well. Like literally, because my desk is connected to one of my walls. If I turn this camera around and show you, well, it's hard to see, but okay. In fact, let me go full screen for a second. It's my Iron Maiden flag that's on this wall behind my desk. It's mirrored, but it says Iron Maiden in the font. And this is the Eddie, the crossbones with the skulls. This is the Eddie from the Final Frontier, which was that year that album came out. So it was the Final Frontier World Tour. I got this flag from that gig. I love this flag. It's still in good condition. I mean, it's a bit dirty in places, yeah, but I love this flag. Like, I bought this from the gig in 2010. I also have a band shirt from that gig, but that shirt, I wore that shirt way too much, so it started, like, you know, wearing off the print on it. So I stopped wearing it because I didn't want to fully, like, wear it out. So now it's like, I don't wear it anymore. I haven't worn it, like, almost 10 years. It's something like that. But I still have it, though. It's like a good treasure of mine. Anyway.
本人の名誉のために名前は伏せるけど、誰かさんと誰かさんが俺の少ない収入を無慈悲に奪っていくから働く先を増やしたんだ。
This was as much resistance as he was able to give. Alko lifted her teacup to her mouth as she was completely oblivious to his monologue.
それは大変ね。
Alice said as she set her teacup down quietly. There were some things she just did not understand. Alko had to hold back her laughter as she looked at Alice and Sojiro.
言った自分が未熟だった。
His shoulders fell as he said this. He took a sip of his black tea, still unsure about the taste.
まあ、アルバイトが多いって分かってくれるだけでいいか。そういったわけだから、冬休み中は夜も留守にする。例の薬はアルバイト先で飲むしかないんだけど。
Damn.
ああ、それなら心配いらないわ。もうあれはやめたから。
Is his prescription done? Oh.
いちいち作るのも面倒だし。
Oh, there's a replacement instead. Uh-oh. Hopefully not as bad, though. With that face, it sounds worse, though. Alko had a huge, ominous grin on her face. She put her hand into her jacket pocket and pulled out a little paper bag. It was a small circular object about 20 inches in diameter, wrapped up nicely like a present.
はい、これは入居祝い。これからはそれをつけておく
Is this like some kind of fucking collar that explodes situation again? Freaking Kadok over here with Trom stuffs, right? Oh my god. He opened the paper bag. Inside was a white belt. But it wasn't a belt for putting around your waist to keep your pants up. To put it as clearly as possible, it was a collar! Really? Okay, bro, okay. Alice's expression darkened at this turn of events, but it wasn't clear whether it was her friend's insidiousness or sympathy for Sojiro that concerned her. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, Nasu has something for collars, dude. Remember his essential material? Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, maybe it was like collars. I forgot what it looked like, but yeah, that's kind of morbid. If this is, you know, a bad thing, of course, which I assume it is for him. Alko was clearly a little crazy. At least she wasn't totally serious. It was obvious that it was at least half a practice just to see how he would react. But he was solemnly considering the collar he had just been gifted.
意味はつかみかねるけど、こういうものを人からもらうのは
He thinks it's like a present, like just as a gift to, you know, show compassion. Oh my god. He actually sounded like this would be a happy memory for him. Alice narrowed her eyes at what was transpiring.
けどこれは何に使うんだ？
Put it around your cock.
簡単よ。金庫寺と同じで飼い犬が主人に逆らうと首を絞めるの。あっちは頭につけてたけど、それよりは首のがマシでしょ？
Shout out to my man Goku though. Wow. He grimaced when he finally understood her mean-spirited gift. He really wanted to ask her what kind of person comes up with such an evil idea.
つまり秘密をばらしたり逆らったりしたら首が締まると。
Okay, so it doesn't explode, but it's gonna be like
やっぱり熱でもあるんじゃないのか、青崎は。
あら、首輪は嫌？せっかく宗十郎に似合いそうなものを見つけたのに。
Wow, how considerate. She still had an evil grin on her face, but he had a surprising response to this gift that she had clearly gotten as a prank.
それもそうか。毎日毒を飲むよりはマシだし、このベルト自体。
He's like, wow, it's well made, thanks.
うん、気に入った。ありがとう、青崎。
He spoke 100% truthfully. Alka's face contorted in disbelief, and she could only mumble if he was serious.
人の行為はどんなものだって嬉しいよ。それに、それが青崎ならなおさらだ。
Wow, the words of a true simp, am I right? And with that, he put the belt around his neck. He placed it over the bandages already there.
こんな感じかな。きついけどそのうち慣れるだろう。
Despite his words to the contrary, he tugged at the belt uncomfortably and adjusted it. It was such a perverse scene that even Aoka's face was red as a beet, even though this had all been her idea. Perhaps it was because it gave her such a clear reminder of the scars she had seen the day before.
よし。止め方はこれでいいのか。
Dude, why is she getting flustered about it? She knew it would be like this. Come on. Did you not think this through? She retreated guiltily as he came closer for her to check the fit of his new collar. If you don't say it... Oh.
いいよ。アリスに聞くから。
Damn. He shifted his gaze from Aoko to Alice. Alice stared intently at him wearing his new collar and said...
ロックね。青子、趣味に走りすぎよ。
Ooh, okay. Okay, I mean, obviously collars or chokers even can be worn in, you know, rock fashion. So maybe there was an ulterior motive here after all. Called out, though. She could not have put it any more bluntly. Yo, dude, she's so caught. He's like, fuck. Absolutely caught.
いや、やかましい！そんなんじゃない！
Like, first she sees the nice body, then she's like, oh, I want to dress this up. The next freaking day, dude.
もういい！とにかくそういうことよ！
Honestly, knowing her, she probably would like to see him, like, absolutely naked with just the collar on, right? That's probably what the actual, you know, fantasy is. She was oddly emphatic as she spoke before stomping off toward the hallway.
それと、これからお昼まで仮眠を取るけど、くだらないことで起こしたら殺すから。
Damn, calm down with the Tsun mode today though, oh my. She slammed the door behind her as she left the drawing room. He stared in amazement.
なんで青崎はいつもいきなり怒るんだろう。
Yeah, there he is again, still the same guy. He murmured to himself, forgetting that Alice was standing right there in front of him.
しずきくんには悪意が通じないからでしょう。気にする必要はないわ。
He's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
悪意って今のが？
She looked up at him, his innocent response. There was a glimmer in her eyes that showed surprise at her current actions.
なんでもないから。
He's like, yeah, you know what? Don't even have to tell him. With that terse reply, she returned to her usual expressionless self. There was no use explaining Aoko's feelings. She bought that collar for the sole purpose of annoying Sojiro and causing mischief. When things didn't turn out how she'd planned, her conscience got the better of her. He mistakenly thought that Aoko was angry at him, when in reality she was only angry at herself. Alice didn't bother telling him all these heartwarming details though. Not because it was too much work, but because she was never one to have meaningless conversation. That was how she had been raised.
しずきくんはこれからどうするの？
Oh hey Fenrir, how you doing, man? Uncomfortable reaction, yeah. Very true. She suddenly changed the topic. He thought for a while before replying.
夕方までゆっくりするよ。ここのところ忙しすぎた。
Yeah, no kidding. He's only been going to school and work.
せっかくだからテレビも見ていたいし、お昼には青崎を起こさないといけないだろ。
Well, actually taking it easy.
そう。なら静かにしていて。
Alice let out a gentle sigh and rose to her feet. Just keep it quiet. He would understand exactly what she meant by those words in just a few minutes. Finally got a Maho your stream, loved the VOD and wanted to see it again with you guys. Hey, very nice of you to be here though. We're still gonna keep going for a little while longer here. But been a pretty good day for progress though nonetheless. Nice tunes. The sun shining through the window was bright. It was just about 9 o'clock, about time for the morning television programs to get going. Sojiro was still sitting on the sofa, staring out the window at the scene outside. The view from the neighboring sunroom showed a courtyard in a state of disrepair. He could appreciate the outdoors in both its natural wild state and when tamed by human hands.
あれは近いうちになんとかせねばなるまい。
He muttered to himself, turning another page in his textbook. On the table before him was a mathematics textbook and a notebook with Aoko's name on it. I thought it said Tomboy at first, but it's Tombo or Tombao. Damn, rip. Could have been a nice eraser. Although at first glance he appeared to be a diligent student studying on his day off, he was in truth only doing so as a compromise. He had given up on his main intent of watching the morning television shows. The reason why he gave up was simple. He was being considerate of Alice, who sat in front of him with her nose buried in a book. Instead of holding herself up in her room, she brought out her old dusty books to read. This is what she meant when she said to keep quiet. He found it difficult to turn on the TV.
とりあえずしばらくテレビを控えよう。
What a nice guy. With that decided, he resigned himself to reviewing some of the practice problems he'd gotten wrong. In the drawing room, for some reason. There weren't any particular purpose in doing it there, but he also had no real reason to study back up in his room. And so there he was, leisurely highlighting his textbook with Alice there in the same room. To him, there really was no difference between his room in the attic and the drawing room with Alice. To be fair, he could probably live with a tiger as long as it didn't cause any trouble. That was both his biggest strength and his biggest weakness. Before he knew it, the clock was showing 11. He'd spent 2 hours doing his math problems but wasn't even halfway finished. More than that, he was disappointed in himself for lacking the courage to speak up at all.
それに比べて青崎は頑張ってる。
He dropped his mechanical pencil onto the notebook and watched it roll away. He knew that Aoko and Alice were busy with something since final exams had ended. He also knew that she had hardly gotten any sleep recently. If she had been able to ignore him during exams, she probably would have had an easier time. Today's nap was probably the first proper sleep she had gotten in days. Though she showed no signs of exhaustion despite the fact that she must have hit peak long ago. She always seemed raring to go. It wasn't that she was trying to act tough. She was just the kind of person she was. Always positive, always tough as nails. And that was exactly why she came off as completely irrational at times. But if that was the case, you could probably describe Alice in exactly the same way. He couldn't help but feel a bit inadequate when he saw their single-minded focus on their goals. He had been so preoccupied with adjusting to his new life that he neglected to think about what he was going to do with himself after. Thinking about this cast a gloomy cloud over his heart. He felt like he'd never find a clear purpose in life like Alco and Alice seemed to have. At least not since he left the mountains. His old life was gone now, never to return. He was like a kite cut from its string, destined to fly only where the winds took it. And without anything to ground him, he couldn't do anything about the empty future that lay ahead. He could only let himself fly where the currents took him, slowly losing sight of the ground below. Very poetic. Man of no desires. The town was full of options, but he could find nothing. He'd asked himself the same question time and time again. It never made him feel any better. If anything, it only made him feel worse and worse. That, or maybe he felt that lamenting his own ineptitude would lead to finding some kind of goal or desire someday. Tired of his own sniveling, he dejectedly closed his notebook. When he looked up, he saw his own face reflected back at him in the TV screen. His new collar was there around his neck, looking as out of place as ever. That's a mood right there. There you go. There's a screenshot for you as well. It's like, it's me. Okay. Mood. Perhaps a fool like him who felt weak when faced with others' strengths did need to wear a collar after all. There you go. There's a grind set. He shook off his thoughts of doom and gloom and sat up straight. After psyching himself up a little, he stood up from the sofa. He asked casually. While he had been doing his own thing, he had remained mindful of Alice. She looked up, surprising at hearing her name. She had completely forgotten he was even there. Ouch. Maybe if he was topless, she would have paid more attention. Also, that stutter though, kinda cute. Dude, he's actually becoming like Shiro over here. Becoming the chef of the house. Without waiting for her reply, he headed off to the kitchen while putting on his apron. Alice tried to wave at him to stop, but by then he'd already disappeared into the kitchen. Too late. She was hesitant to walk all the way in there just to tell him she didn't need anything. And besides, she was actually hungry. His proposal made sense, and her empty stomach agreed. She was hungry, and he was going to make lunch. Making lunch for both of them would save the time and trouble of cooking two separate meals. There was no logical reason for her to refuse this gesture. Besides being a tune as well! She decided to stay quiet and tacitly accepted his offer. Wow. Says you. She whispered the words softly, not for anyone in particular to hear but herself. Yeah, kinda cute. The truth was, however, Alice had been in a bad mood all morning. After checking all the sigils around Misaki City and boarding the first train back to Tokawa, all she wanted to do was spend the rest of her day reading until the words turned into a jumble. Her iron resolve was to complete this task would not be interrupted by someone else milling about in the drawing room. This was her mansion, and there was no way she was going to lock herself up in her room on account of him. However, with that said, she knew it would be wrong to kick him out for no real reason. As it stood, he had actually kept quiet like she'd asked. He wasn't in the wrong here. If Alice had really wanted to be alone, she should have gone to her room.
静かにしてじゃなくて
Look at her staring from behind the book. It's like, gee. Okay. Hey Defty, how you doing? I like this expression of her whenever she has the, I don't know what to call it. The eyebrows like that and the empty stare. It is pretty good. She had defiantly stayed in the drawing room despite realizing the dilemma she'd put herself in. She had figured he would eventually make a ruckus and run off to hide in his attic room. Her assumption could not have been more wrong. He never left the drawing room. Moreover, she had actually stopped caring that he was there. Though he hadn't paid her any attention, he hadn't ignored her either. They had simply sat in silence together without any awkwardness. Alice felt the freedom of being alone, along with the comfort of someone being by her side. Wow. To put it into words, Sojiro was just that kind of person. That was probably the only reason she had been able to sleep so soundly with him there next to her. He continued cooking in the kitchen, oblivious to the thoughts that went through Alice's head. She couldn't see him from the drawing room, but she could easily imagine him cooking in the kitchen. Do that cooking ASMR though. She resumed reading after unwittingly stating her feelings out loud a second time. Luckily I'm getting dinner sooner than later because I am starting to get hungry as well, I'm not gonna lie. The sunlight beaming into the drawing room showed that it was noon. The sunlight actually looked warm despite it being a cloudy winter day. Just as noon struck, he returned to the drawing room with 2 sets of plates. Some food of an indescribable color was piled on the large cream-colored plates. Oh, do they show it too? Oh my god, what is that reaction? Yo, it's so menacing, why? What is this now? Bruh. I like the effect of it being like, all like dizzy and whatnot. I don't think this track has ever played before, has it? It sounds really... It's like funny menacing, if there is a word for that. Like comically menacing. She hadn't expected much, and since she hadn't requested anything, she could just refuse it if it was something she didn't want. But this food left her at a loss for words despite psyching herself up.
これは
Dude, look, she's again just peeking from behind the book. You can even see like the fumes from the hot food in there. It's like, oh dude, she's getting tempted, isn't she? Yeah, the smoke is a bit purple. Yeah, that might not be a good thing though. She spoke as though she was terrified of what had been placed before her.
何って焼きうどんに何かかけてみた。
Some stuff on top, huh? Wait, this is his Bonsai? Oh, that's funny. If she had been there, she probably would have punched him. Aoko, that is. But Sojiro just confidently placed the 2 large plates on the table. Steam billowed from the mountain of food like an angry volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. The thick mystery sauce flowed over the plates as magma might from said eruption. Mystery sauce. And below it all were a seemingly infinite number of slimy, tentacle-like noodles. Of course. There was really nothing more to say about it. This was clearly the food of a poor, struggling student who favored quantity over quality. All that was required was a basic recipe, the will to cook something, and what few ingredients were needed. The pile of stir-fried noodles with sauce slathered on top was so horrifically bad, it was almost an art form. This was a bachelor's cooking, if she'd ever seen it. Oh, the C is called college student meal? Oh well. There was really nothing else you could call it. Wow, take that in for a second. It's like just fry and cook everything you can find, dude. Add all the sauces and spices. Surely that will work. She had wondered what he was doing for an hour in there, and it turned out he had been making this sauce. No sauce would have been fine, but he had wholeheartedly gone the extra mile. He bowed his head slightly and picked up his chopsticks. He had brought a fork for Alice. Nice frickin' first-person horror show over here. Okay. I do want to finish this scene at least, for sure. But I'm not sure if I can finish this chapter because, you know, I have no idea how much there's left. But I do want to finish this scene at least. She picked up the fork and stuck it into the noodles, half drowning in sauce. He began eating, not seeming to care that she sat there looking like she was about to eat poison. Seeming to view this as a challenge, she furrowed her brow and slowly brought the mass of noodles to her mouth. Uh-oh. It was a little salty and ugly to look at, but it didn't taste all that bad. If anything, was actually pretty good. What? Really, no? Maybe later on you will regret it though. Wow. Secret makanai mesh. Okay. He put down his chopsticks and turned to speak to her.
実際の話、魔術師の話はともかくとして、青崎はまだ誰にも手を出してないんじゃないか。
Ooh. Damn, he realizes. Alice looked up quietly at the sudden question. She had been inspecting his meal, but now she looked straight at him.
おかしなことを聞くのね、しずきくんは。
アリスには悪いけど、これは青崎本人には聞きようのないことだから。言いたくなければ答え。
You probably keep it a bit more simple, don't you, Daryl? Because he just added everything he could find in it. Alice didn't respond. He resumed eating, not seeming disappointed. Alice stared blankly at him, slurping his noodles. After much hesitation, she replied,
しずきくんの言う通り、青子はまだ人を殺したことはないわ。
There you go.
その行為自体は何回かこなしてはいるけど。
Involved, ooh. Her response was slow and measured. He still looked troubled, but not at the conversation they were having. Rather, he looked apologetic towards Alice. He said she didn't have to answer if she didn't want to, but she kept talking despite the face he was making.
しずきくんが見た公園での出来事が青子にとって初めての殺人行為よ。あいにく相手は人形だったけど。
There you go. He silently nodded. She narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously.
まるで初めから分かっていたそぶりね。
Sus?
そうじゃな。いや、そうなのかな。
He's not sure himself either. Sus?
たまにその手のセリフを言うけど、何か違う気がしたんだ。だから多分、青崎はまだ人殺しというのを体験していないんじゃないかって。でもまあ、そんなことよりもっと確かなのは、
しずきくんが今生きているということね。
Yeah, makes sense. He chuckled at Alice's stellar response. Exactly. Things would have been more clear-cut that night if Aoko had actually killed someone before. He would have been dead before he even saw her face. For better or for worse, Aoko remained inexperienced in spite of her ruthlessness and decisiveness. He relaxed his shoulders. His stern face gradually returned to its normal carefree state. Then...
でも、そんなことは関係ないわ。あの子はそのあたりが異常だから。行為は理性に、経験は知識でたやすく補ってしまう。 そうね。青子はその気になれば迷うことなく人の命に手を。
Damn, surely this won't be tried later.
しずきくん風に言うのならだけど。
Her resolve, that is, to take a life. And with that, Alice went back to twirling noodles around her fork. She looks like she's having fun, he thought as he ruminated over what she just said. She was rational enough to accept herself despite acting against society's morals, and possessed of an intellect that exceeded even the confidence gained through experience. Had Alka been raised to utilize her logic and reason to forge reality from fiction? If that was the case, then perhaps they were really different from him.
すまない。こんなことを聞いたのは青崎には内緒にしておいてくれ。
No snitching. He seemed serious, as if he really regretted asking. Her expression remained unchanged, but she had never intended on saying anything to Alko anyway.
ありがとう。なんだかアリスには内緒話ばかり溜まっていくね。
He went back to eating his food. Though Alice had still only had she still only had a single bite left, he was already scraping his clean.
そういえば青崎にも聞いたんだけど、アリスと青崎はいつもああなのか？
He had suddenly decided to change the topic of conversation. His new topic was the rather cold and dry relationship between them. Alko said their relationship was normal, but maybe Alice had a different opinion.
会話が少ないことを言っているのならそうなるわ。
What happens is what happens. This is the most she has spoken in years. Yeah, I can imagine that.
けど別に不便じゃないから。
She doesn't seem the talkative type at all. She was still twirling noodles with her fork as she gave her concise answer. Around and around the noodles went, but none made it into her mouth.
不便じゃないって、そういうの仲がいいって言わないんじゃないのか？
私と青子の仲が良くないとしずきくんは困るの？
Yeah, she's getting more comfortable around him, yeah, for sure. Which is very surprising. He swallowed his words at her perplexed reply. It wouldn't actually, but he wasn't sure how to respond when asked so directly.
いや、なんかこっちの考え方が悪かったみたいだ。もうその話題。
Dude, he always regrets everything he ever asks. Come on, bro.
それより、アリス。
He gave her a piercing stare that was more intense than any time they'd talked before. Alice was taken slightly aback at the unusually intense look in his eyes. Her face became slightly flushed out of nervousness. Nobody besides Alko had ever stared at her like this before. Whether or not he noticed, he waited a few moments before speaking slowly and with complete conviction.
それ、食べ物が欲しいんだけど。
Bro, that would... It's one of these moments again, huh? Bro, this guy never changes at all. Like, it's funny because we see Alice and Alko, like, you know, adapt and even kind of develop, but this guy never changes. He's always like this, and he will forever be like this. And I love how immediately the music cuts off as well. There's no fade out. It just cuts off when the question happens. I mean, man likes his own cooking. Like, if you're not gonna eat it, he's fucking gonna eat it, dude. He loves that shit, so... Fuck it, dude. Is he like all the male character tropes? I wouldn't say that, but he's certainly a very unique case. He's built different as to not overuse the meme, but yeah. An awkward silence followed.
悪いけどこれ
Ooh.
私のだから。
Damn. Okay. He had cooked it, sure, but Alice wasn't wrong. He had made it for her after all. There was a slight tinge of anger in her voice, but even she wasn't sure why it was there. It's like, why am I angry?
少し意地汚かった。
Damn. Shut down. He plopped himself down on the sofa. This must have looked particularly pathetic to Alice since she responded with,
その材料はもう残ってないの？
Wait, what? Is she asking for like seconds? What? No way though. She quickly covered her mouth. Apparently she had surprised even herself. It was quite unusual for her to ask something like that. Oh, it's all gone though, but damn, that question though. Okay. He stared a bit regretfully at her plate as he responded. She could have just let it go, but for some reason she felt the need to speak up again. Oh, scheming.
She
wants it all. She's greedy.
もうすぐ1時か。ちょうどいい。行って起こしてくるよ。
青子は起こしたら殺すって言ってた。
She's really trying to keep him here. Wow. She wasn't sure why he was willing to take such a risk. He agreed but started walking anyway.
でもさ、今起こしておかないと、やっぱり後で殺される運命にあると思うんだ。
Kind of a point. His words were surprisingly affectionate. Leaving Alice with only that, he headed to Aoko's room. Alice watched him leave in silence before taking another bite of the stir-fried noodles. Glancing at the door to the hallway to make sure nobody was coming, she took another bite. She repeated that process many times before finishing her food. It was then that she heard Aoko's wrath coming from the second floor. She was like hardly eating anything, and as soon as he's gone, he's like just fucking vacuums the whole dish, dude. Okay. She stood up and began solemnly clearing the table, feeling a bit sorry for what Sojiro was dealing with. She knew she didn't really have to, but she felt like it was the least she could do for him. She never really expected to feel this way. But he'd cooked for her, and he was surprisingly good. Almost enough to make her forget how bad he was making at tea. Okay. Wow. Well, there you go. Oh, that was the end of the chapter! I was gonna stop after this scene anyway. Wow. Okay, that was perfect. Holy shit, dude. That was actually a perfectly timed session then. Okay, I'll get a sneak peek though of the archive, in case there's... Okay, so, there is new stuff on the archive as well, but that'll have to wait until later as well. So, next time we'll read the bonus material from the archive. In fact, one of them is a different... It's not even grouped with these, apparently. Interesting. But yeah, we'll read these next time, and then we'll start the new chapter. Which, probably next week. Again, unless crazy stuff happens. But yeah, definitely in the near future regardless. Very, very good. We are on the second freaking row of books. Okay. Oh, alright. Pretty nice and chill sesh again, you know. Not always super intense and scary. We even got to hear Robin speak and all. But yeah, kind of a calm stream. Again, these streams will never be super like popular anyway because it's very story heavy content, but you know, still cool of you, some of you guys to tune in, you know, so I don't read just alone here. It's nice to have some company, of course. Hey, yeah, and have a good sleep as well, Daryl. Thanks for being here. But yeah, shit, dude, with this, we're done with the second stream of the week. I think this helped with my mood a little bit. I was still pretty sad and kind of down because of all the nightmares I had the night before, but you know, at least this was pretty nice. It was nice and soothing. Okay. But yeah, tomorrow we'll actually do a bit of different stuff. First of all, I'm gonna play some Sporkle. Well, it's not really... I'm not sure if I can call it playing, because it's a trivia website. We're gonna try all kinds of different fun things. It's mostly you guys laughing at how dumb I am, but we'll see what we can come up with. And we're also gonna play some more Marbles on stream. It's another game I used to stream quite a bit, but haven't in a while, so I figured, you know what, let's have some viewer game action as well. We might even have a tournament with maybe some kind of a fun prize. I don't know. Could be a cool little fun moment for the weekend. You know, all that jazz. So yeah, hopefully it's going to be a fun day ahead. You guys laughing at my bad knowledge of trivia and knowledge in general. And then maybe some cool hype moments with Marbles as well. Also, vote for Subsat. You have time until the end of tomorrow's stream, of course. So if you have ideas, you can do so. But yeah, with that, gonna conclude today's stream. So hey, thank you so much for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, the tips, the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here in general. Especially again, on these streams are not very popular, so all of you guys here, thank you. You guys are pretty cool. Okay, you get the certified cool badges. And with that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Thursday or Friday, wherever it is, rats. And talk to you again tomorrow, same time as usual.